Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. It is Friday already, and I'm definitely a little surprised and caught off guard by that. I finally slept last night, so it feels like a whole different world to me now. Also why it's a 1 p.m. stream. The previous day is because I got work done. Today it's because I was still unconscious at 11. It happens. I feel much better. Also makes me happy because otherwise I'd have to regain that sleep on the weekend when I'd rather be doing something fun, so I'm quite happy about this. All right, just getting a couple things managed on my side here. Boop, reset. Okay, let's get started. Hello everyone, it's already here. I love that. Of course, our lovely mod and esteemed Tavern God Lore Master, Aloha. Non-sleeper. Oh, Jared's here too. Hello, hello. And Taylor. Not imposter Taylor, original Taylor. Awesome. All right, so I'm planning for next week. We're going to have this. I love this new schedule of Monday through Friday, starting somewhere around noonish Eastern time, as early as 11, late as 1. And then I'm also going to get back to following my structure a little more closely, where I have like a proper doors open and Tavern Keeper's Craft. It's possible we'll work on 2 different requests during Tavern Keeper's Craft, but it will be a little more like, yes, this character instead of catch up, because I'm very excited to announce I am finally caught up. The only outstanding projects I have are actually for my mods, for the Fall of Aloha, and then Reaper's character, Naira, which is actually her. But yes, those I especially feel I can take my time. I'm not feeling too pressed about them. But as far as like the business, I'm all caught up, which is really exciting. So new stuff begins. I didn't realize how close I was to being caught up, so that always feels good as well. All right, the freebie is not up yet because my husband is fighting the 3D printer, and I know if I tell Ricky, hey, the freebie, he's going to do it like right now. And I'm like, you don't have to worry about it. So if you're watching the stream from the loft, don't worry about it. Like, it's okay. But something I did forget yesterday was the question of the day. I just totally whiffed it. The poll is closed, but I'm going to ask you guys it anyway. Today's a double question of the day. What keeps you interested in / coming back to D&D? And I'm very confused that I have a vote right here because I didn't do this. I don't know if Discord just like, oh, you normally vote, but I definitely didn't read this. Anyway, building stories and encounters, spending time with friends over a game, getting to roleplay and be immersed, getting to create paint minis, building, playing original character, or creating memorable moments as a DM for your players. And interestingly, the vote that it picked for me, spending time with friends, is not the answer. So my DM, Walker, is like a dear friend of mine, and everyone else in that group was fine. Like, if they watched, they'd be like, oh my god, Mia, we're not friends. We're like acquaintances, you know what I mean? Like, we were like college friends, like, I wish well for them, but I take the word friend very seriously. Maybe a little too seriously. They're not my friends. But anyway, that's just not what D&D is about for me, interestingly. It really is about, unsurprisingly, creating minis and creating a character and then role-playing as that character, to me, is just like really cool. It makes me like nervous to say things wrong or be silly, I guess, and that's a really good practice for me. So that would have been my answer. Not friends. But I do have a new campaign coming up with Dr. Wildfire. I'm really excited, and she's my friend. So I don't really know anyone else that's in that group other than Aubrey, which you guys remember Aubrey. But I guess I don't know Aubrey enough to call them my friend, but they sure make me laugh. So maybe they'll become my friend. I'm excited. Okay. And the actual question you guys can vote in, but I would love if you guys discussed that first one too, is what D&D campaign would you build around for a new set of players? And this is fun because I've only played one of these, which is Curse of Strahd, we did not finish, and I've never DM'd. So, but the options are for the modules Curse of Strahd, Tomb of Annihilation, Lost Mine of Delver, Out of the Abyss, or the Baldur's Gate Descent to Avernus. I'm gonna pick Tomb of Annihilation just because it sounds the most severe, and then Curse of Strahd actually played and it was really fun. But I don't have a lot of experience with that, and I think Tomb of Annihilation for new players sounds really ironic. So if that actually is the easiest one, I didn't know, I just thought it sounded fun. Alrighty. Today's little channel here, I just renamed it to Friday Tavern Peasant Party. If you guys have references, memes, jokes, whatever, put them here. The one of like the benefits of having this thread is if you guys have like questions and I'm missing them, put them here because I'm more likely to catch it. All right, there we are. Although it says it's highlighted to show which one was the winner of the poll. That makes sense. I swear I had like a check mark next to it as if I had voted. Oh no, you're correct. There's no check mark. I didn't vote. That was just the winner. I'm just normally in the majority, I think. Meep. Oh, confirmation bias at play. I love it. Okay. All right. I hope you guys are doing well on this Friday. I have a lot of student work to review during happy hour, but also a lot of it is actually going to be off stream. But I'm very excited. I'll be reviewing Aloha's project, and then Ray has this dragon that they hate, and I am not allowed to show it on stream because he's like, please God, it's the worst thing I've ever made. So I'm working with Ray on a new dragon project, and hopefully he'll be comfortable showing that one on stream once it's done under my tutelage. So yes. All right, I think that gets us through all of the kind of like pleasantries. Oh, last thing, donation pool. Again, never expected, always appreciated. But the big thing about the donation pool you guys should know is today is the last day for season 1 of Taver Pets. Like, what does that mean? Well, that means that the next, like the first release and like wave of Taver Pets that I do are going to include everything up until today. So I'll mention that a couple times, or I'm supposed to mention it a couple times today. Anything that I create tomorrow forward until the end of summer will be season 2. And I'm planning on probably putting a limited number of spots, and then as those spots get filled up, the price point will slowly increase. But I haven't fleshed out the idea. But that's the general plan. All you need to know is that if you want a Taver pet as soon as possible, and there's an animal that you wish you had but you didn't end up getting, today is the day. So yes. Aloha says, it was so nice to finally get to talk and do the stunk stuff. Yeah, all of the mods had a voice chat yesterday, and it was really cool. Like, I've talked with Reaper before, but I've never talked with Satyr and Aloha and actually heard their voice, which, like, you guys are real people, but I don't know, that does confirm it. Ricky and I went out to dinner afterwards, and we talked about it, and I was bummed out that I didn't know Ricky's in the room. I could have brought him in, so he listened to some of it, but not really. But he'll be there at the next one. Anyway. But we went out to eat afterwards, and so we're talking about you guys again. And no one's listening to us, but I'm aware what we sound like, so I'm saying the names Aloha, Satyr, and Reaper over and over and over again. And it just sounds like I'm talking about this like whimsical trio of not real people. And like Aloha, I know that's your real name, but it's so beautiful and whimsical, and like especially against the names Satyr and Reaper, it just sounds like I'm talking about whimsical figures. I don't know, it's very funny. So I tried to end up saying like Aloha, Taylor, and David. It did not have the same ring, so whatever. Matt says, how dare you go live right as I'm going to Subway? Oh, I want something. But on a real note, I'll still be here. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it was ridiculous. Okay. Today's warm-up is actually a request from Ricky, of all people. Ricky has never requested me to make a model that I can remember. He's doing we are doing a Kickstarter project that's like M3DM, like Mastercraft collection. There's gonna be 40 models that are resin and FDM compatible, and we're sharing the pre-support STLs for both style of printer, which is pretty much never done because FDM has a lot more variability. We're not sure if it'll be as click and print with FDM, but at least will provide people a starting point with supports to even look at. So we're excited for that. And in that spirit, Ricky would like a rock wall. Simple as that. So we're going to make a rock wall, which is deceptively simple, but you will see. Yeah, there's Ricky. Woo, I want a wall. So we're making a rock wall for my husband today. All right, first things first. I need to grab references. So I Googled rock wall, and then it was time to go live. Oh, thinking of the super secret message at the beginning, I was doing test messages. Guys, I can't get rid of the leaderboard. I am devastated. I didn't mind it because I thought I could turn it off. I can't. So I'm actually going to show you guys this really quick on my side. So I can click on, this is what I see the chat as. I can click on community, and there's a little help button, right? And it says learn more or turn off in the help center. So that's why I wasn't that like irate about it, even though you guys didn't like it. I was like, it's not a big deal. I can just turn it off. I'll leave it on for a day. I can only turn it off for me. Look, see, I'm not even on my own leaderboard anymore because I turned it off. It doesn't turn it off for my channel, just for me. Which is the dumbest. Don't even get me started. So now I hate it because I can't get rid of it. I didn't have strong feelings about it before. But these stupid little crowns. Whatever. I'm going to tune them out visually. But I need you guys to know that I can't get rid of it. It is what it is. I'm sure it'll go away at some point. Boo. If I could make the crowns pink, I'd have different feelings about it. Or just more subtle. But I just need you guys to know that. Anyway, rock wall time. Not this kind of rock wall. This kind of rock wall. So Ricky wants this to be FDM resin compatible and then also have like a pillar on the side of it. So meaning if there's like a, again, like column, rock wall. So if you 3D print a bunch of them, you can flip flop them back and forth and make a wall as long as you want. So yes. This kind of rock wall is nice, but it does have quite a bit of overhangs and stuff. I'm going for something more like this. Yes. So I'm just doing screenshots of these textures. Rock wall with columns. I even spelled column right. Neato. Kind of like this, but a lot more organic looking. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm just gonna random stone gray. Okay, we're just gonna, that's good enough. All right, and I'm gonna upload those references and we're gonna make some rocks. Yes. And yeah, everything will still be pre-supported for resin as well. Aloha says, how come FDM is so different for print quality? It sounds really tedious to fiddle around with. Oh, I know. I mean, they're just different. So FDM is layering of plastic while resin is taking a liquid resin and curing it into a solid. So the fidelity and the issues of trying to like mash plastic layers together is just inherently less precise than curing a liquid to a solid. LO says, is the FDM adventure basically to provide more accessibility to those who don't own other printers? Yeah, because a lot of people that don't have resin, if they don't have a resin printer yet, it's because they don't want one, generally speaking. Whether it's because of like concerns about resin, it is just kind of sneaky, that kind of stuff. So I figured it'd be nice if we had some support for FDM users as well. And Ricky loves FDM. Non-Sleeper says, will this be a Saturn or Mars size wall? Saturn is a large printer, Mars is a smaller printer. I mean, you could scale it up to whatever you want, but I didn't really, it's going to be like, I have a tube of lipstick here. Like this is how long the wall is going to be. That's my general plan. All right, let's make some rocks. Non-Sleeper says, excellent dissertation on resin/FDM. I'm glad because I've explained it many times, so I get a little better at it each time. All right. I think something that will make this a little easier for me is actually just coloring it to be rock colored. That's not rock colored. That's not even close. That's okay. We'll go with a warm bounce light and then something bluish. So I'm pretty much going to assemble this like building blocks. We're going to make a couple different rocks and then we're going to assemble it as if it's a real wall. What I could also potentially do is I could just make this the size that I want. Actually, I'll probably do that regardless. There's my wall. And then I'm pretty sure there's like VDM brushes I could use or even a noise modifier. I tend to find nothing is quite as successful as just placing them by hand. Like for example, like, wow, see what I mean? Like that doesn't look good. Like I can edit it and stuff, but even then, like they're not actual 3D pieces I can manipulate. So yeah. I want maximum control. All of the rocks. Hi, Just Linkle's here. Welcome in. And Steamworks. Lovely. Welcome back. I do have some little, like, simple looking rocks. Just gonna bring that in. I totally forgot I have that resin menu still. Where's my trio of rocks? There they are, of rocks and crystals. And yeah, so this is that noise modifier thrown on there. I'm not a fan. So I'm going to turn it off by going to surface and disabling noise. And then please stay blue. There we go. So look, rocks. Alrighty. I might use a noise modifier at the end to add some rough surface texture to these rocks, but that's about it. I already feel like I've said rocks so many times, it doesn't sound like a real word. Rocks. Okay, show all of them. There we go. So yeah, this is about the rough proportions of the wall that I want. And then I also want some columns. So let's go ahead and just draft that out. I'm gonna turn off perspective. I frequently do that when I'm working with scatter terrain. This thing is asking for a command for a resin menu, but the good stuff Aloha has. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot how that even all started. Christ. Peasants. Oh, non-sleeper, don't act like you're surprised. We all know Aloha is a menace. All right, I doubt these rocks are gonna be super helpful, these like little skinny ones, but they might be when I end up like these weird little sections that always happen when I'm trying to make stuff organic and building it. So we're gonna just grab these for right now. I'm gonna delete this one because I don't think I need it. Then yeah, we're gonna get building. If you're wondering how I made these exquisite rocks, you just take a cube like this, you subdivide it a few times, and then take trim dynamic and start flattening sections. That's it. So I did that for these other ones. And there you go. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is see if I can game this in a way that won't make it take forever. So I'm going to try this for a little bit, and then if I realize it's just going to take longer to try to game it, then I will just do it tediously and with love. So I have one rock here, and something that I can do is I can like space it apart in a way that's kind of like, here, let me rotate it too. We want there to be as much variety as possible, essentially, which is still making sense. I love it. Rock support in the chat. It's rock time. All right, so we got this here-ish. And then let's see if I can like, just gonna do a couple. Again, using like these big rocks. I'm already not fitting my template. Come here. There we go. So I have like a layer right here. And I'm thinking that possibly if I duplicate it, raise it, and then flip it, we'll end up with like some variety. And then I just stuff a bunch of rocks in the cracks, and hopefully that will break it up enough. We'll see. Help me build rocks. Yes, it's rock time. All right, this looks fine. This is one of those models that like, it's gonna look cool at the very end. And that's just how it go. I should probably have these touching. Yeah. Like this. Come here. Like that. Yes. All right, now I'm gonna duplicate this layer and flip it. There we go. Again, this is me trying to game it. I can already see a future where I'm just gonna place one rock at a time and then mirror and weld by Z, but we're not there yet. I'm in the denial phase of like, there's probably a smarter way to do this, which is true sometimes. But yes. And if any of my students are watching and you know about like array mesh, you're like, oh, why don't you use array mesh? It's like, because we're trying to make like a more uneven looking wall. Oh, that does have a randomize function. No, I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do that. Oh, goodness. All right, and then last but not least, we'll have a final layer that's kind of on top. All these rocks that I took pictures of doesn't show the top of it. That's fine. All right, and then on this side here, and I'm gonna merge all this down, we're gonna call this the base layer of rock. I'm gonna grab Move Topological and just start like breaking up anything that looks too perfect. And I can even delete pieces as I go. There we go. Although it says, if this doesn't end up working, the 1x1 method's gonna take so long. You're telling me. Seamworks is like, array mesh. No, I resist. Array mesh is one of those things, just like nano mesh, where I always forget how to use it, and I have to watch my own freaking tutorial video that I have for my students and have me explain it to me to be like, oh yes, that's right. That's only if this doesn't work. So, all right, we have this rock, and this is where it's going to be a little more tedious because I am going to try this a little more organically. And again, it just needs to get the feeling across. It doesn't need to be this incredible work of art. And if I really want it to be mesmerizing and cute and cottagey, I can go back and add like moss or something. When in doubt, cover it with vine and flowers. And at the very, very end, I'm going to put it on its side like this. And I'm going to grab certain rocks and push them a little forward and a little back and that kind of stuff. Just Lingual says, why work smarter when you can work harder? You can't surf smooth water, so why streamline the process? Let me raise you one here. Array mesh is one of those things that kind of reminds me, it's not like the curve brush where once you kind of get used to it, you're like, oh wow, this works really well. Sometimes it requires more work to get the fancy, like the faster method to work. Does that make sense? So like in theory, it's like, yes, use the tool. And then I'm telling you guys, no, it takes just as freaking long. I'm like, what? I didn't taste that timer. I have no idea how far I am to this. I got like 5 minutes left. And I'm like almost done with this wall. Let's be real. But I do love the spiciness of why work smarter when you can work harder. Hey, you know, if this community wasn't so like STEM people heavy and like engineers and whatnot, and there's some other people in here, there someone here I remember was a physicist. Anyway, you guys would be excited for the tedium and stuff. I don't know. I feel like depending on what art medium that you're into, like tedium gets very rewarded. You know what I mean? Like as if there's more like artistry and love and care. And again, that could be cool, but sometimes I'm like, isn't that just being really inefficient? That's all I have to say about that, I think. Alright, we're going to go into super speed mode here. And by that, I just mean I'm going to move a little bit faster. M3DM, the stonemason. I love it. Oh, someone new is here. Oh goodness, I don't know how to say your name, but I would like to. I was like, okay, if I don't know the first one, I'll say the second one. I'm not sure about either one. I thought it was orc at first. I'm like, that'd be easy. I'm like, it's not. Anyway, they say, don't know how it ended up here, but I like it. Great rocks. Thank you. Well, hello, welcome in. Yeah, I normally work on characters and creatures, but we're just doing a warm-up right now. I'm actually almost done with the warm-up and about to go in Tavern Keeper's Craft, and then I got a cool character request to work on with y'all today. But I like your attitude. These are nice rocks. What if we made the rocks more goblin-y? Do you want like little faces in each of the rocks when I add like a noise modifier? I'm not doing that. You can want that, but I'm not going to do that. Just food for thought. Good for thought. Jack's here. Welcome in, Jack. Let me tell you, this model is rock solid. Oh, we are heavy with the terrible puns today. I love it. Yeah, more people not bullying me to use array mesh. I don't want to. I like this. You know, I actually like using array mesh for things that are not as hard surface. Like, I've used it for feathers for to a decent effect before. I still have to do this rock column. Actually looks pretty good though. Yeah. Can you absolutely tell that these are equidistant? Yes, I didn't. That's okay. We can go to auto groups and we can just kind of click on a couple random ones and fill them in with different rocks. It's a rock and piece of terrain, indeed. Just Lingual says, maybe I need to use reverse psychology. Don't use array mesh. Do you even know what that is? Aloha says, peasant alert. Yes, today is the last day you can request a Taver pet for this season. Yep, that is correct. Thank you, Aloha. I'm going to need reminders for that. So yes, how do you get Taver pet? Fill out this bar. Simple as that. One person can donate $30, or you can get 30 people donate $1. That also works. Paint says, lots of love, recovering from a torn back. Oh, woof. Sending love your way for sure. That sounds very painful. Just Lingual says, oh, yes. So essentially, I'm going to be releasing these Taver pets, as y'all know, but it's going to be like an epic project, because why do a project if it's not going to be epic, right? And there's going to be like stickers and like everything's 3D printable and probably some tweaks to make it more detailed or whatever, like final touches. But that's going to be just one season at a time. Oh, here we go. Yeah, perfect. I'm going to go with Sorcerer, and if you're like, Sorcerer, Simon Close, just phonetically spell it for me, but I love that. What is a Taver pet? Taver pets are these cute little chibis that I make. It's in response for donation goals, but honestly, it's just become a really fun thing around here. It's something that I do to show that I appreciate you guys for donating, so that something actually happens. And then it got super out of hand. It started with Aloha and making a little mushroom, and now we have like a million of them. This actually isn't even the most up-to-date one. It should be right here. There we go. We just made a little cat. This was the most recent one we made, was this cat. As you can tell, they're actually quite low poly. Thank you, Just Lingual. They're actually quite low poly just for right now. Oh yes, our Rickatar Taver pet. So yeah, this has been a ton of fun. Quite a few of them have little booties on them. I didn't do one for the cat, but that can be amended. They're just silly little things that we've all really enjoyed making here. I think the monkey doesn't have one either. I'm surprised. But anyway, we have a beholder. I mean, legally distinct eye monster. There's a pug. This is based on my dog, who's actually all black, so that's why I colored him a little bit different, so that way he actually is readable. Exactly, they're little chibis for the channel. And again, thank you very much, Just Lingual. Let me go ahead and get that updated so that we actually have some progress on it. Either way, just very appreciated. Boop. There's now a little green. We have unlocked Taver P. Booty on the beholder. I didn't. But I mean, who am I to tell the peasants what they do and do not want? But yes, those are Taver pets. Back to my rock wall. I can actually finish this during the warm-up on the next stream, which will be on Monday. You know, I'm actually quite surprised how well this is working, just taking mask by polygroups to 100. Okay, let me explain this from the beginning. Okay, all of these are one subtool, and I'd like to flatten some of these rocks so they have a little more visual variety without having to like individually mask each one, because usually if I try that, see, it's going to affect all of them at once, and that's annoying. So what we can do is hold Shift F, we'll show your wireframe, And then if you click on auto groups, see it makes them all rainbow color as opposed to just being one color. All that means is recognizing meshes within the subtool as a polygroup. So if I turn mask by polygroups to 100, that means it's only going to act on one polygroup at a time, which is a long fancy way of saying now I can just click and scribble on individual ones without worrying about messing up other pieces. So there you go. Oh, sweet. A nice message from Aloha. Again, thank you for being a member for 3 months and a mod. Just generally lovely. Aloha says, we have lots of improvements and fun channel stuff upcoming. Mia works very hard and deserves the support. Love to all the peasants. Aw, thank you so much. I forget that when you're a channel member, it lets you do those little messages every now and then. It's just nice to see, you know? You look so fancy and official. See, that's a good YouTube improvement. I really want to shake this leaderboard though. Non-Sleeper says, please help and support. It makes a really good difference. It does. Also though, season 1 is already jam-packed and looks fantastic. So if we do not hit another Tabard Pet today, it is a-okay. Like, it's already looking fantastic. All right, roughing these up just a touch, and then we will complete the rock wall on Monday. Rock wall, save, excellent. All right, let's move on to the Tavern Keeper's Craft, and I'll tell you what we got cooking today. Excellent. So first things first, I'm gonna open up my beginning ZPR. And I have not done any prep before stream, like I normally do. So you guys are gonna see the entire process, for better or for worse. On the plus side, what's really cool, today's request is actually from Dr. Wildfire, which is long-term patron of mine. She supported me for over a couple years now, and I'm going to be DMing the next campaign I'm playing in, so I'm very excited about that. Alrighty. It is kind of a vague request, so I'm looking forward to your guys' input and seeing what you think. Let me go ahead and grab this from my Patreon, and that's also just like some more context here on what we're doing. So, hello, my name is Mia, and I make 3D printable models for a living. Everything I make on here is a request from a patron. And what is that? I will show you once I find my link. There we go. So this is a request board from December, which I've just opened up here. I'm almost to this year. I'm almost current. Yay. Anyway, and everyone comes through here that supports me on Patreon and then tells me things that they want for their campaign. So it can be a big bad evil guy, their player character, NPCs, all that kind of stuff. So like, Katie wants a barbarian druid. Micah wants a fairy godmother, that kind of stuff. And I make them all. I make the oldest request first. All right, so let's go all the way to the bottom because we just started our December board here. And actually, we did this one already. That was the double-faced monstrosity. That was the two-faced warlock we worked on. So actually, we're a little farther in. Dr. Wildfire says, another more vague idea for this month. A Star Weaver Genie. Jinn. Again, it's like a genie, but spelled weird. She very much gives off air elemental vibes, but with a cosmos twist. It'd be neat to see her magic in a cool way, weaving stars or space. Because, you know, sculpting air and shadow wasn't hard enough. We're gonna sculpt space today. I like it. That just means a generous amount of the spiral brush usually. So that's the character we're going to bring to life. And I'm gonna start building that board and what that's gonna look like. Just Lingual says, Mia, in my campaign, my penguin familiar was experimented on, and now it's a penguin bear. I know you don't like owl bears, but do you love Bjort the penguin bear? I would love Bjort the penguin bear. That absolutely could be a request. Oh my god, a rock tabard pet. That'd be nice and easy, wouldn't it? Just a rock with eyeballs on it. I love it. Alrighty. Let's figure this out. Okay. So, normally, I would Google it. I don't know if Google's gonna even know what we're talking about today. Starweaver Jinn. All right. This is Starweaver. It sounds like what's a combination of. Okay, this is, yeah, immediately it's like, oh, World of War, like not World of Warcraft. Warhammer? I'm like, nope, not quite. It's going to be more similar to the model that was actually the freebie yesterday. It's going to be kind of like this. This is the vibes that more or less that I'm going for. Something that's obviously magical, ethereal. I think that was also from Dr. Wildfire, actually, a request. If you guys have any ideas of what that request feels like to you, again, there's no wrong answers. I'll go ahead and put a screenshot of her request in our Discord, and then you can kind of put references that you think would fit. Again, that's just a for fun thing. You're more than welcome to sit back and watch the art happen. I am a professional. All right, let me read this request again, because what? Starweaver Jenny. Yeah, or I'm just calling it Jeannie, makes it easier. Okay. First of all, Starweaver, what class is that? Because I think it's like a subclass or something homebrewed. I think it's something like an Astral Starweaver or something like that. It's kind of what comes up. Like my going to Pinterest, I'm getting stuff kind of like this. And I really like that. Jared's like, I don't know. I got you guys. Aloha, this would probably be right up your alley. Obviously, if you're working on your own art or resting from your project, feel free to do that. A small tapper pet rock would be a peblet, like from Breath of the Wild. It really would. Yeah, I'm wanting something, again, like Star Mage. Can I spell ethereal? I can. Ooh, good spelling day. This is a bit more on like girl boss, femme fatale side, but I really like it if I could figure out how to sculpt this chest to look sparkly and not like it's covered in zits. I know it sounds really silly, but like I'm serious. Like I'm not quite sure how to get that texture to look ethereal and not zitty. Aloha says, on it, boss. Give me 2 minutes. Awesome. You have been deployed. Oh, hey, this is one of the warm-ups I did. Chaotically. I did this like in 20 minutes. This isn't my art, to be clear. Or it's not anyone's art, it's AI. Anyway. But yeah, I'm thinking something along those lines. I'm going to upload that. Obviously, I'm open to different interpretations, and then we'll probably do a combo effect. Ooh, this is kind of helpful too. It's gonna read, that reads more like a monk though. Ooh, that's beautiful. But it gives off air elemental vibes. I think that's why I like this so much, because it has that airy, floaty look. All right, I have a concept. I'm gonna start working on it. And then I'm going to see whatever Aloha like suggests, and the overlap between those two is going to be what the final concept's going to end up looking like. Because I guarantee they're going to have overlap. Also, all of the color schemes I'm picking here have the same general color palette as Aloha's profile picture on Discord, and I love that. Okay. All right, let's get started. So this is my beginning ZPR project, and I have a base mesh here for a female and a male. This can be a female character, so I can go ahead and just delete the male. There we go. Next up is I'm going to grab different pieces from my asset library to kind of give a head start and kind of like a kit bashing effect, essentially. Thank you, Echo, for subscribing. Subscribing. Stuff like those 3 words. Thanks for the sub. Just Single says, maybe with open space, like partially hollow models for a little more cosmic and wispy, like a tree trunk blight from Claymore Miniatures with a cosmic vibe. Ooh, that's a cool idea. Probably a bad idea, but a nice reference. No, that's fantastic. This is very much so like a yes and kind of environment. If it's a bad idea, you guys know I'll be like, that's stupid. But no, that wasn't stupid. That was really cool. Finding a way to make that look ethereal and not gory would be key. All right, I like it. So right now I'm looking for pieces that are wispy, because she's obviously going to have hair. Long hair probably. I'm not sure if I'm going to have some of it tied up or not. I do like this veil piece here, and there's going to be a lot of clothing. So anything that looks air elemental-esque. I wonder if I'm going to have like some sort of flowy skirt and a veil. So we're going to just pick 2 for right now. Again, this is like the beginning of that kit bashing effect, which is going to allow me like really rapidly concept without getting too bogged down in like details, just like overall silhouette and stuff. I do think something that would elongate her neck and have like a lot of jewelry would be very cool too. So maybe I'll add that too. This is going to be one of those characters that is very much so a more is more. Paint, blushing. I know, I feel the same way. Like, God, if I get this right, she's going to be beautiful. I think this little headpiece would be nice too. So again, it's for like a genie. She's gonna look more probably like a belly dancer by the time that I'm done. But I feel like they have like a magical feel to them, honestly. Oops. Jared says, I have an idea. Please hold. Dial tone. Good, good. Post away. All right, what else are we working on here? This might be perfect. This kind of like, I actually used this same little bralette piece for a, it was like a desert princess. Non-sleeper says, Mia, you got this. Nice direction and love the flowy, airy style. Thank you, because I got to bring together again like Star Weaver, but also this like air elemental and magic vibe. I'm probably gonna give her horns too. And what's interesting is you'll notice like I'm not even placing these pieces like super carefully. I'm just like throwing them on there. I might even delete a lot of them. It's really important to let yourself like rapidly iterate in concept, and that's the beauty of kit bashing. And if you're wondering, like I did make all these pieces. Like these are mine. Speaking of, I'm looking into making pretty much like sandbox playground assignments for my students where I can provide you assets and then you can actually have something already done to them play on instead of like the intimidation of just having the nothingness of ZBrush. So that's also cooking. You can thank Aloha for that idea. And at some point I do want to just outright give you guys my asset libraries to play with as well. Soradem says, I don't have the imagination to come up with an idea for someone made of stars. All that comes to mind are the monsters from Elden Ring. Oh, honestly? Yeah. No, that's fantastic. What's her name? It's like the main girl. Like, no, not the main girl. The one with the giant hat who's like made of stars. Doesn't her name start with an R? Aloha, help me. I know you know who I'm talking about. Isn't it Ronnie? Yes. Oh my God, that is such a good... Again, you mentioned the monsters, but it makes me think of her, actually. The way I know that Aloha probably already has this on their mood board, I'm going to throw that into our Discord. Speaking of Sorrydom, if you're on Discord at all, I recommend that you join our Discord. We'd love to have you there. Bam. Spot on. I haven't played enough of Elden Ring to know what monsters look like stars because I'm ass at that game. But I at least know that character. There we go. Aloha. Ronnie, my beloved. The goat. Am I saying that right? Or is it more like Rain? Anyway. Sorry, oh yeah, she's cute. Right? And we're going for ethereal. We're going for cute. We're going for whimsical, powerful, ethereal. It makes me want to give like a giant oversized hat too. We'll see. I'm also going to color her blue at some point, but we'll deal with that in a moment. You know what? I think this is a good point to do a little stamp. I love doing little progress stamps as we work on stuff, especially when it looks really stupid in the beginning. I mean, it's just cooking. That's like baking a cake and like once you put it in the oven, you take it out 3 minutes later and try to eat it. And you're like, this cake is disgusting. It's like, it's still cooking. And that goes to all of my other creatives out there too. Like, be kind to your process. It's still cooking. Okay. What kind of hair do I want to give her? I think long. More is more. Something kind of swept back or just literally air swept like this one. All right, she now has hair. That does help. Are there any other pieces I want to grab here? I don't think so. But I'm going to leave it open just in case Aloha has some ideas that I wish I grabbed from here. Let the Cosmic Genie cook. Specifically, cosmic brownies. I recently got a little box for brownie mix. I want to make that this weekend. And then I remember the previous Astral like goddess I did had horns. I think I'd like to do that again. So here's one of the benefits of, I've been doing this for 6 years, and that means I've been very lucky to have people that patron support my art for years as well. So like, I know Dr. Wildflower. I know what she likes. And even if I kind of took her request not in the way that she expected, as long as I make something beautiful and like thoughtful, she's gonna love it. Which are the best kind of people to have supporting your art. And I always feel very grateful for that. All right, shapes are happening. And then I also want a very layered skirt. I think I'm gonna go with this right here. You'll notice that a lot of my assets in here are quite low poly, and that's not an accident. When it's already very detailed and already has thickness on it and sculpted, you know, secondary, tertiary forms, it's not as easy to kit bash from. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of kit bashing. I want something like this that I can kind of throw on there and quickly iterate from. You'll see. Speaking of, I don't like this. It's noisy. Boop. Alrighty. Now let's kind of split this off. All right. This is from Jared. Main character slightly elevating off the ground, held by a spell effect, see below. A smoke air spell effect emanating from the ground that wraps around the back of the character and up to the hand, posed in the air. For the pose, think like a floating ballerina sorcerer. Main pose idea is this. Jared, didn't you just go like, I don't know. And then you sit for like 2 minutes, you're like, bam, fully baked cake. This is excellent. Heck yeah. Okay. I love that you also have ideas for like the base, the way this is all going to come together. Okay. Yep. That's a lot of that's going to be implemented. Amazing. And this pose is great because though, I mean, it's a little stiff, shoulders over hips, but the point being like the bend of the leg and the hands. So if I can like rotate her chest a little bit to have a little bit more of that elegance to it and elongate her neck. Yep. Wow. The combo of what I just did right here. Exactly. Same brain cell. Oh, so excited. Heck yeah. All right, we're cooking. We are cooking. Again, I want this to be airy, beautiful, flowing. So I need this skirt to have more volume to it. A quick way to do that, because you can take your move brush and start like moving around. An easier way is to center your 3D gizmo by clicking this little location marker, the gear, and then taper. Well, bam, flowy. Oh, it's happening. Here we go. Oh, that reminds me of the genie we did together. Oh, I like the more demon-y vibe. Ooh. Why is it showing it small on my side? There we go. I got it bigger on this side, and I'm gonna throw that on my board. ethereal assets. Yes. And then that, by giving it a little more of that demonic vibe, just a little bit, that's going to separate it from the genie that we already have. So it wouldn't be the worst thing to give him a female counterpart. Jared says exactly. Non-sleeper loves the pose idea. Okay, excellent, excellent. I love the amount of overlap between everyone's ideas too. Like, that's beautiful. All right, I'm seeing a lot of this like low waistline drop skirt, and it has more like a high-low effect. I think these little hip pieces could be really pretty. I'm gonna take the transpose line, in symmetry, click and drag, and then I want to start getting this undulating like flow. I need to make sure it doesn't come across more like water and more like air, but let's be real, there's a lot of overlap here. I want there to be length on this design. So we're gonna go with kind of like a high-low effect for the skirt. And then I think this is just gonna be possibly a little bit too noisy, but I like the general concept. So what if instead I centered it, clicked on mirror and weld, and then straightened it? Again, it kind of reminds me of like a mermaid tail, but that's fine. There we go. It's happening. All right. Any other assets that I need, I'm likely going to create from scratch, so I'm not too worried about this. Okay. I might want this. I'm not sure why. I'm just going to grab it just in case I want it. All right. Don't need this anymore. Delete. And then anything else here. Mia, look at the other screenshots. There is a brand new Night Rain character in there. Is there really? Ooh, new screenshot, right? How come oh, I totally missed two of them. Also a doll, good to know. Revenant from Night Rain. God, I love that. Yeah, I missed the other one right here. And again, that kind of has that like wispy, airy feel. Oh my goodness. Is she holding like a harp? God. Yoink. I have that exact picture already on my mood board because amazing. Thank you, thank you. And then, yeah, did I miss anything else? No, we're good. Good. Okay, okay. Ah, it's gonna be cool. Oh, there we go, for like a spell effect idea. I'll have to add that once it's already posed. But yes. All right, we did a lot of kit bashing. I like this thing. I think that's why I wanted this, the necklace rings initially, because it's something that's gonna like elongate her neck. Non-sleeper says, Aloha, nice work. Right? He always does a good job. All right, let me go ahead and hide this little coat thing because I want it to be very like fitted to the character. So first I need to actually make sure this bra is fitting. I'm actually gonna get rid of any of the little assortment details right here because I just don't think they suit this character quite yet. I can add that after the fact. Same with the straps. I don't think those are gonna fit either. Just this. There we go. I didn't think it was symmetrical. Jared says, okay, done with my ideas. Back to work for me. Sounds good. Oh, Sater's here. Hello, hello. I don't think the cups are assortments. You know what I meant. I think I meant to say accessories. That is not what I said. What an entrance. Alrighty, what was I doing? Ah, yes. All right, I want her neck to be a bit longer, and a really easy way to do that is just to smush down her lats a touch and bring down her collarbone. And then I also think some sort of like ankle detail would be cool. I think this should come up front, be on the skinnier side. Not like that. Mirror and weld. Mirror and weld without making new ugly topology. There we go. And then some sort of like ankle bracelet design. Sater says, I tuned in just in time to get Flash. What an entrance. It happens. Also, Sater says, my baby just graduated kindergarten. Very cute. Congratulations. All right. I also think some sort of, looking at these, I'm just looking at all the decorations on the models that Aloha shared. Yeah, if it's a genie, whatever, do I have to make the bottom half like smoke? Or can I just make it like super ethereal, you know? Sater says, exactly 20 years after I graduated high school. Time is weird. Yeah, no, wow, that's wild. Yeah, my 10-year high school reunion is in next month. And I like the idea of having it wrap around like her thumb. I don't know. It's like just a little edgelord moment. I don't know why it's edgy, but it is. What if it's more like this, like a triangle shape? Yeah, which I think the underside would be shorter then. Something kind of like that. Let's try that. To create all these little separate assets, all I'm doing is masking and then extracting that mask. Once I have this piece right here, I'll zero mesh by either same or half, just to keep the topology nice and clean and low. The most important part is low. It's early 2000s hot topic edgy. Guilty. Alrighty. Sater says, plenty of genies have legs. Even Big Blue from Aladdin could manifest legs if he wanted. Right? I like it. And then middle finger loop to wrist. Yes, from here to here. I agree. I will do that later. But it will be there. I don't know how far apart I want these to be. Looking pretty awesome already, if I do say so. We were here not that long ago. Hello, it says Mia. Wait, did you say that you were caught up on models? Excluding you and Reaper? Yes. And not like request board wise. I still have that 6 months out. But based on like stuff I had work in progress and priority tickets, yes. Can I just grab this one edge loop here? I just want this. I'm going to hit polygroup, polyloop, just on this one piece. Bam, delete hidden, and now I have a belt that's already shaped to her and I don't have to do any extracting or any nonsense. Perfect. Allow says, ooh, so everything here on is new stuffs. Yes. Oh, I guess me posing that 3-face helm Galaxy Emperor at some point, but like, yes. You got it. Yeah, with the little ring thing. Or loop. Yeah. I just kind of just drug it up there to remind myself. It will get refined though. All right, we need more. All right, I'm gonna lower my subdiv to like a medium level of resolution. And I'm gonna use my clay brush and start without RGB, thank you. And I'm adding more abs, but I'm really just making her a little, I'm trying to think of any word that is not the word fleshier, but my brain just like, that's the word you get. I'm like, a synonym, perhaps? No? Okay, whatever. More. We're gonna just more. It's gonna look like abs, but it's softer than that. Again, think more like belly dancer. And a really easy, quick way to do that is using the clay brush. Just keep in mind, like, this is an ab, this is an ab. There's a rib, that's a rib cage. So just don't forget what's going on. I can even like take my damp sander brush and just like gently outline that. Again, gently. We're gonna give her kind of like that tight waistline, but without doing this. There's a way. And usually it looks like broadening hips and then just making the ridge of the rib cage more apparent. Aloha says, I'm really excited for the M3DM playsets. It is partly why I had trouble falling asleep last night, but I've also just had trouble falling asleep. I had so many ideas. Anyway, I really think it'll go down amazing for students and just be fun for those interested in accessing the mentorship to look at the models up close. Absolutely. Slater says, of course it will. I'm not Blaze. I was saying no thumb loop. ¿Por qué no los dos? It really was a fantastic idea. Yeah, again, I ran all of these ideas by Ricky last night at dinner. And that was one of the few ideas that he didn't really change at all. He was just like, yeah, we're just going to do that. And also, speaking of, not to go full stonks on stream, as far as like the tiers and the price changes, we're pretty much going to implement this by simply increasing the price of the priority ticket. And it's going to solve a lot of those problems. So yes, things are happening. I don't know how to accentuate this bone right here because it doesn't really stand out normally. Breath of the Wild does this, or Zelda. Well, I can't remember the name of those people. Not Urbosa, but like what the people are called. Her people. Oh my god, I can't remember what they're called, and now I must know. Breath of the Wild. Urbosa. They're all women. Gerudo. Ah, there we go. This is what I'm thinking about. She has like outrageous hips. See? And they also kind of like outline the pelvis right here a little bit, which I think is really cool. So this is not what I'm creating, but it's something that definitely influenced me as I work on this. Aloha says, imagine how helpful it would be right now for Ray to go into ZBrush in his free time and play around with the Cherry Blossom Dragon at its early stage to see where construction may have gone wrong. Absolutely. And luckily I've saved a lot of these files too. Non-Sleeper says, I cannot wait to get the Chibi Tavern pets so I can clutter my shelf or workspace with them. It's going to be awesome. Oh, I'm so glad you're excited for him. I am too. Oh yes, thank you. Because it's pretty much belly dancer-esque, that what I'm going for here. This is just a big game of spot the difference, literally. I'm just seeing what lines contour here, and then taking which ones that I want, and then kind of pick and choosing within anatomy rules. Matt, I wasn't going to say it, but yes, literally that. All right, that's enough ab work. I need to work on her face. Because there's nothing whimsical about this. All right, first take off all of the elements. And first things first, we need to establish a hairline of some sort, because this is not it. Also, this veil needs to go away, just for right now. All right. Somewhere here-ish. There's a hole right here where the ear would go, but obviously that was for a differently shaped head that doesn't work on this model. Luckily, I have these things polygrouped, so I can move them around however I wish. See? Whoosh. How demonic are we going? I think a little dip into the edgy pool might not hurt. I get you. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if demonic is necessarily what she was going for, but I know she would like that. Let me look at the request again, just so I know what the heck's going on. Okay. Star Weaver Genie, giving off air elemental vibes with a cosmos twist. Neat to using magic in a cool way, weaving stars or space. I think I'm going to incorporate more like the edginess in her face, sharper facial features, and then horns. So yes. So in that case, I'm going to start creating some of that edginess just in like the shape of her hair. So probably going to have a streak somewhat in front of her face, that kind of thing. Again, not like gothic, but yes. Because again, if it's all windy and stuff, I imagine I can put some hair in front of her face. Just taking a moment to kind of move around some of these hair strands and see what kind of flow I'm going to go for here. Also, I'm a big fan of like big pointy ears, so I think I can do whatever I want here, so I'm going to. Kind of similar to the ears that we did for the Two-Face Warlock. More on the subtle side, less cow. But I do think it would add some of that whimsy for sure. And then if I have ears shown, I can put tons of piercings on them. That's the big thing that I want. I just feel like she needed something, her ear showing a little bit to not look lost in like the hair blob. So I think we're going to go for like edgy, but like in an expensive way. Does that make sense? For the Cosmos twist, maybe her eyes are solid black purple and they sparkle like stars. It's funny you say that because the requester, Dr. Wildfire, literally had that exact line in one of her previous requests that was of this Star Weaver origin. Also, I thought you were getting back to work, Jared. Not that I don't appreciate your lovely input. I just have to give you a hard time. Wouldn't show up on 3D print, of course, but exactly. We don't care about that. We're having fun. though everything here is 3D printable. Jared says, oh, I was. This is in response to me being mean to him for not working. But this is distracting. You're welcome. Happy Friday. Aloha says, oh, okay, listen. I know this isn't what the request is, but I'm open to ideas, especially if they're bitchin'. Look how cool this is, Mia. I'm waiting in suspense. I added some stuff to help. Struck. Oh my god. Yeah. I love everything about this so much. This is more just like how much monster do you want? And it's like 100% monster. If there's any patrons that are watching right now, or prospective patrons, you should go to my Patreon and put this in as a request. Somebody, I mean, Aloha, you could too. This could even be themed to all kinds of stuff. I have to make this at some point, or something very inspired by this. 'Cause I never copy stuff outright, but a Mia version of this. I really like it. Seder, I like a lot. That is probably the most succinct I've ever seen Seder respond to anything. Awesome. The bug empress. Little bit. Also, I see one Max put a comment. It's gone already, but hi. I see that you also got gifted a membership, so that means that you do lurk at the very least. So, I appreciate you. Hello. A true goddess. Agreed. Alright, I'm going to start changing her face because it's very boring. So here's how we're going to change it. Severe, intensity. Everything is kind of just ambiguous right now. We're going to first hide her eyelashes and her eyebrows because those are like kind of like pre-built shapes that are telling, they're like forcing our eyes to see certain things, and I don't want that. Here we go. This is the actual template of the face. I'm actually going to remove the hair as well while I'm at it. Just looking at the face. It's how ridiculous that looks. Anyway. Okay. We have perspective on. Don't worry about the weird littleness by the ears. You're not going to see that. But everything is just kind of boring. I mean, she's pretty. But we want some more severity here. Things that you can do to achieve this is thinking about what kind of lines you want to draw and what kind of severe. I'm pretty much going to make her more androgynous, but still soft. Ways that you can do that is I'm going to narrow the face just a touch. The face is very sensitive. Small adjustments, small intentional adjustments at that. Usually when you guys see me creating and sculpting with like forms, it's very dramatic, right? That this is not the time for that. You can make dramatic changes by making very small adjustments. I might actually give her more of like an upturned, like little fairy nose, and y'all know I never do that. I like big noses. But for this specific character, I kind of want these sharp little fae-like features, and depending how I do her makeup and her eyes, she'll actually look a little more demonic. I'm going to lower her jaw just a touch, and then pull it up in the back. And then remember, when you're sculpting jawlines, that is not a jawline. We do not do that. There is a transition area. It looks like it's sharp because this is all shadowed. If I turn my head, like, see how wide that is? Everybody has that. So you can gently kind of use your damp thinner brush to carve in that line, but you're not actually carving a straight line. Does that make sense? I can raise the jawline. There we go. I don't like how wide this is. Sharper. And we're not working on the ears, but they're very distracting because they're right in front of me. Pinch, 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 pinch. Okay, anyway. Lowering the subdiv again. And then now I can come through with my move brush and kind of lift these cheekbones and start making things more severe and more intense. One Max says, oh, sorry, I'm too shy to talk. I'm new here. Yeah, I figured you accidentally typed a message on accident and then you panicked deleted it. But again, I saw you were gifted a membership, so I know that you like to hang out. So you don't have to talk. I'm happy to have you here and hang out. Don't worry about it. Yep, Seder mentioned, don't worry, you don't... Seder and I tend to say the exact same thing. You talk as much or as little as you like. Mia is normally shy too. It's true. If I'm not the content, I don't talk at all. I like watching the streamer with Miss 5000 Watts, and I've recently started typing, and it's nerve-wracking every time. All right, let's go ahead and get more of that severity here. I'm gonna start like cat eyeing. Cat eyeing? It just means like elongating her eyes. But you don't literally just do this, you know? That looks ridiculous. It's a lot more subtle than that. And a lot of it usually involves anything that you do with an adjustment, you do a counter adjustment as well, generally speaking. And yeah, don't mind this weird blob on her head. It's because of the way that I did the ears. The hair's gonna cover up, so I'm fixing it just because I don't want my baby students to do things wrong because I did them. Like, you know what I mean? Why is Ricky putting in single letters? That's my husband, the other side of M3DM. And it tends to be like when you are making cheekbones more apparent, you're adding material, not taking away material, okay? Ricky says, I've been with Mia for almost 11 years and I'm nervous talking to her. That is not true, but that's very cute and freaking like, my husband is the least shy person ever. He's just being ridiculous. That was very cute though. Very cheesy. I don't think you were ever shy talking to me. Or if you were, I mean, you hid it immensely well. I didn't notice. Seder says, if you give her kid-sized eyes, it will give her kind of an alien, ethereal type quality. You were correct, especially if I black them out the way Jared recommended. Speaking of, we're going to go ahead and try that. She's going to look a bit terrifying, but in like a beautiful way. She's like an unapproachable goddess. Exactly the vibes we're going for here. There's a character I'm thinking of that looks like this, but I can't remember. Just can't remember what she's from. I can just see her in my eyes. Kid proportion eyes. Yeah, I know what you meant. Because your eyes don't change size. From the moment that you were born to the moment that you die, your eyes did not change size. But your head did. But I know Seder knows that. But then I was like, wait, that's actually a good point. I don't know what kind of lips I want to give her, honestly. I think I'm going to do more of like a droop. I kind of like her looking a bit softer though. Wait, I did the absolute opposite of what I went to. Here we go. My heart. We're working on it. How about a nasty sneer? No, because I want her to like me. There's still so much we have to work on and do, but like, I love this. Sorcerer said, are you going to make her eyes like Galadriel from Lord of the Rings? You know what? I've seen the movie. Know what you're talking about. And for some reason, my brain just like, don't know who that is. I'm like, yes, you do. Yeah, it's like the, yes. Other than, I mean, I totally blacked them out. But the eye shape wise, yeah. More or less what I'm going for. Especially the features, the way that I elongated. Actually, a lot of how I changed her features are kind of similar. She just has like a... maybe I should make her face even longer. Good reference. Seder says, wait, are you talking about the model playing off of what Ricky was saying? Because we've had a lot of characters popping in lately. Super says could be both. Since you're a vet, I don't have to worry about smiting you, even if you are talking about Mira. Mira. Mira would be a more interesting name, but that is not my name. My name is Mia. Oh, for unapproachable goddess? No, I assume we're talking about the alien lady. But, I mean, thank you. Except, I think we agreed I am actually very approachable. Sitter says the first timer that popped in was like, meep, I like your hair, meep. Alright. We're back to our actual unapproachable goddess. Also, what are the odds that this was the character next in line? I will say, though, I had a chat with my mods last night about improving the stream, all that kind of good stuff. And one of them was like, wow, you don't plan. They said we're way nicer than that, but I don't. And I actually did look at the next 3 requests in line. And even though this one was kind of open-ended, I was like, it sounds like a lot of fun. And sure enough, it's been like a total breeze. This has been great. It just happened to be the next one in line. But I did look at it and consider like, oh, should I pick something else? I think I liked not prepping for it beforehand and having it here as well. I feel like it was easier for people to put in references and be part of the process. I didn't feel like the answer was already done. Sater says, Mia, well, if you're very approachable, but Ricky is still nervous to talk to you, that raises a whole other host of questions. Ricky, if you need help, put a single, is that an L or an I, in the chat again. My husband has never been afraid of me or unapproachable from me. Again, I thought I was more like boss bitch in high school. He was just like, nope, you are cute and small. Ricky, oh my God. Don't listen to him. Hashtag support Ricky. You guys are dumb. Peasants. God, even without hair. Very happy. Oh, that's right. She has eyelashes and eyebrows again. And these are very powerful tools. I like the idea of giving her a lower brow. I'm kind of looking almost a bit bored, slightly annoyed. Sater says, so you admit to being pocket-sized. Finally. You've worn me down. Okay, I know I'm being quiet right now, and it's really just the focus. I mean, you've hurt my feelings. All one of them. Which is generally either hungry or mad. Loving this model. Alright, we're gonna go add in a little bit of makeup here. I want something a bit richer and darker, so I'm gonna use my paintbrush. Click on C for her skin color right here. It's going to change the color of everything else because I haven't poly picked it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, and then we're going to drop this color down, something on more of the purple side, a bit more lighter and desaturated. Make sure the RGB intensity is around like 50. When it's 100, it just makes it really hard to work with. Like that's too much. Something softer, and you can kind of like lightly tap and start like shadowing it in. Can add a bit of that tinge to her lips as well. A little bit darker. Again, I worked light and then I slowly make it a little darker, a little darker. More of like Oh, and like a counterpart dragon. Ugh, you're killing me. This looks so cool. Sorry for the photo dump. No. This is great. But I had to look up more from the artist of the demonic lady we like. This artist is amazing. Name, please. Yes, there we go. Of course it's a woman. Sorry, I just like, there's something about this that felt like, it's hard to explain, but I feel like I can tell sometimes. Like there's an amount of like obsession with the beauty. It's hard to explain. Men can do this too. I swear it makes sense to me. I can't articulate it in a way it doesn't sound terrible. Anyway, Victoria Yurkovets. They do a lot of Monster Hunter and Souls art as well. Awesome. I'm definitely going to look into her after the stream. What bit of a white waterline, just to add more of that like ethereal look here. All right, and then back to that dark color and hair. Hey, Foxy's here. I have 3 ingredients for happiness: pizza, lemonade, and vodka. Simple, but effective. Sater says, okay, need to get some homework done. I'll be watching. Oh my God, Ricky. Mia's very nice to me. She'd never do anything to hurt me. I'm here of my own free will. He is. He's not even in the room right now. Dr. Wildfire is going to love this. Also, if you're just kind of tuning in, this is where we started, roughly. You gotta trust the process and all the kit bashing. Just haven't decided what I want this little covery thing to be. I just know that I like it. She keeps me in the basement. We don't have a basement. On a real note though, honey, if you're gonna get more coffee, just letting you know, I would also take another coffee. But if you don't want coffee, then I don't want it. I want these horns to work. They're not working right now, but I want to make them work. Does she feed you? I do. I made him bacon and eggs this morning. She feeds me horse food. Hey. All right, I think having these tuck underneath can work. Normally when I do like horns and hair, I have a symmetrical hairstyle or a bit more close to that. Jared says, why aren't they working? I don't know. I just felt like it was looking a little cluttered. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's fine. I feel like I want the hairline to, I don't know. There we go. It just needs to like flow in a way that makes sense. Oh, I see. Yes. But now they have like these two framing layers of hair. Like, that's actually really cute in itself. I made that like a short haired style. That is adorable. But anyway. Just got to make it flow in an intentional way. It's going to be a really busy model, and I'm looking forward to it. And then Aloha says to Foxy, can we have your opinion on question of the day, please? We want to know what you would DM. Oh, speaking of that, the other day in the question of the day, I can't remember what caused it, but Foxy mentioned that like if someone doesn't know like what they want to do in combat for like within 10 seconds, like you're moving on. And I feel like people like downvoted you on Discord. I didn't know it was possible. And I just want to say that I completely agree with you. And I didn't want to cause problems, but I was just like, I read what you had said and I'm like, exactly. Like I like more than agree. Like I am like so on board. And then everyone started responding to you as if you were being rude. And I was like, am I the problem? Because I completely agree with you. And I like that you were like, if you don't like it, don't play at my table. But I feel the same way. Combat, to me, can really drag in tabletop games. And like, how would you not know what you want to do by the time it's your turn? Everybody takes like at least 30 seconds to a minute. If you're playing in a group with more than 3 people, like, I don't know. I just wanted you to know that, yeah, I agreed with you, but then not confidently enough to just disagree with other people outright, just to be like, yeah, in the background. Jared says, maybe angled back a little more like you're currently doing. Yeah, I agree. I feel like I could make an interesting line somewhere right here. Maybe even like a sharp line. I don't know. I agree though. It's somewhere there. Sorry, Dem says, if you don't mind the question, I love questions. How long have you been doing 3D modeling? For 6 years. I started in sketching a little bit in 2018 when I was getting my bachelor's in mechanical engineering. And then when I graduated, instead of going to industry, I was like, let's try art. And here I am, 6 years later. Though I think it's 7 years now. Because I said, anyway, I took it full time in 2019. And do you work for companies like game or animation studios? Nope, I work for myself. I briefly worked with Titancraft, which is fun because one of those owners is in the chat right now, Jared. It's Jared and Andrew. Titancraft is really cool. If you do 3D print and want to make your own minis really quickly, you should look into it. It's fantastic. And that was it. That was the only closest thing to industry experience I have for working for other people. But if not, it's just my husband and I. And I'm very, very lucky to get lots of awesome requests. And I get shy about it because it's just unbelievable what I get to do every day for my job. And I love it. Foxy says, Mia, that's precisely the thing. You don't need to do your full turn in 10 seconds. You just gotta say what you're gonna try, right? Because, how complicated is your character? There's only so many things that you can do. Agreed. Agreed. Oh, I appreciate Non-Sleeper you tagging Sorry Dem's message in case I missed it. Oh, speaking of, if you ask the question and I ever miss it, just ask again. And if you type M3DM, it highlights my name in orange on my side. But always just ask again. I don't mind at all. I just miss chat sometimes. All right, I don't think the veil thing is going to work. But I want it to, so I'm gonna fight that shape a little bit. I think if I make it like a little cape, a little cape moment, it could work, but not in this shape. I think I mirror and welded this right here, and I think it'd be really cool if I need to fix some weird topology. There we go. Command Shift D to quickly duplicate this, and if I had a smaller version of this up here. Listen, if you're like, this design is busy, all I have to say to that is yes, and I don't see a problem with that. Aloha says, sorry, Dem. We have a Discord of tons of artists from all skill levels who support each other. You're welcome to hop in and lurk. Or share your own stuff. Absolutely. Where do I find the link? Happy you ask. My mod shall help you. Aloha, you're the best. You're scooping. There we go. Should I do anything with the belly? Do you guys think I should have some sort of ornamentation? Although I think it could be interesting if I had something kind of layered like this. It would kind of go for more of that demonic look because of the way it breaks up the body. I'm kind of curious what you think about that. You are scooping. Also, Sater, I know you're still around and lurking. I'm proud of you. You are getting work done over there, I think. Shouting you out probably doesn't help. But good job. All right, we're about halfway through Tavern Keeper's Craft, and I would say that she has been successfully blocked out, which is lovely. I also think the pure black is really hard to look at. So I need to lighten this up and then add some poly paint. So it is poly painting time. For me, it is easiest to work from my lightest, establish my lightest color in my palette first, and then layer in my darker shades. I don't actually paint these. Like, I 3D print my stuff. Like, I 3D print everything I've ever sculpted. And by me, I mean my husband at this point. And I don't paint them. But I will at some point, and that's going to be great. But I like to paint them digitally at least. Alo says, ooh, I like that. Anything that looks like or plays along the serratus muscle looks so cool. Agreed. And in case you're like, what is that? The anterior serratus muscle is a muscle that sits on top of your rib. It is not a rib. It sits on top. It's this thing. And you only see it in people with exceptionally low body fat. Is there a single human in here? Thank you. This little muscle thingy. Yeah. What's also, I want to kind of draw us to your attention, because this is also really cool. Abdominal muscles look so different on people. Like, there's general rules, but like, let me type in, let's see. Like, here's a good example. Like, look how crooked. I just mean, like, it's interesting that they're asymmetrical, and they are on pretty much everyone. And then the way that they all fit. That's the general rules and placement, sure, because they function the same way, but it's cool how they look different from body to body. Bodies be cool. Yeah, you often see it in swimmers, footballers, and some lower weight boxers. Exactly. All right, since you mentioned that, I just feel like, I don't know. I want it more literal. You know how there's like those arm bangles that will sit like underneath like your deltoid that like wrap like a little snake or something? Maybe there's a way I can like wrap it around her where those muscles would be, kind of like this ornate jewelry. Just think that would be cool. I don't know how to do that. Squishing, because like what if I just actually kind of pushed these out of the way and then just sculpted those on her? Okay, I did squiggly lines, but like you know what they're supposed to be. It also gives her more of that weird alien bug look, which apparently all of us really like. I'm gonna keep those scribblies there because you know what? They're not perfect, but they look cool. I'll remember to clean it up later. And because we are going for a, not a belly dancer, but really like a sharper, more cosmic interpretation, some shape language is going to be really important to maintain that's consistent. In this case, it's going to be sharp edges. So this, for example, has a much different feel than this. I even would like if I perhaps layered them up. Ooh, it looked kind of like a little, not a breastplate because it's tiny. I have thoughts about this. I just don't know. I just have not refined these thoughts. Yeah, this is going to be a thing. This is going to make sense. I'm going to come back to that later. Ricky says, wow, the world does not want me to be productive this week. Been fighting the 3D printer all morning. Looks like we're finally up and running though. Let's go. And you've gotten so much good work done this week, honey. It's just been one morning. You got it. You're doing great. And we're so close to weekend, so don't worry about it. Not Sleeper agrees. There's a vote for dangly belt / jewelry. Very good. God, this character looks insane in the best way. All right, I need to grab this, remove, witcha. Okay. I don't like that her face looks so young. I don't know. I just want her to look older. How do I do that? Longer face, lower jaw. She just looks so cute, you know? Probably a bigger nose would help. Again, like cute is fine. I don't know. She looks too nice. What if I just like mad? There we go. Nailed it. I actually do kind of like that. Obviously, like her eyebrows not falling off of her face, but like some like disappointed severity. I kind of like it, especially if she was doing this more like elegant pose. I think it'd be a weird, cool contrast. Oh, I explained that I was going to poly paint, and then I immediately did not do that. I could add some like gentle, like more subtle wrinkles. I feel like that would help, some more depth on her face. I avoid these lines at all costs because now it's like, it seemed very aging. Oh, I think it's because I gave her this tiny little like button mouth. There, yeah, there we go. Okay. That was really subtle. That is more of the face that I wanted though. I know her nose is like ridiculously long and sloping and not what I said I was gonna do. I kind of have like same nose syndrome. I don't know. There's a certain like silhouette that I really like. That's it, really. I just need to like... Let's go with a more classic, except not classic because nobody has a nose like this. More on like the Fae side. There we go. All right, did the thing. Now it's time for this poly paint I keep talking about. The first thing we're gonna do is move our paintbrush to a density or intensity of 100 and click Fill Object, because currently this color, none of these things are actually colored. But when you have one color selected, it will highlight it. I wish there was like a fill all button that wouldn't cover the body. You could do this by having folders and stuff, but I'm just gonna click them. This also works. All right, I'm picking this light kind of purplish periwinkle, and now I'm gonna come back through and darken things up considerably. I like the idea of this crown ornamentation thing, but I do think it's a little noisy because her head just is not big enough for this. Can I put it somewhere else? And this is why I like kit bashing, because I am keeping all these assets, moving them around, and I can really quickly iterate like what is going to be successful and what is not going to be successful. Ricky says, coming up to make coffee. I'm excited for that. Sounds good. I would like a coffee. Taylor says, did someone say periwinkle? Just came back. Good to know that's one of your summonable words. And yes, I did. But we are going to start shading this in with lots of very dark colors. All right, whenever I'm adding a gradient, I like to just click C to click this color. Drop the, God, what is that word? Value. And then I like to make the hue usually a bit on the cooler side. Bless me. Oh my God. And now I'm going to change my paintbrush from dots to drag rectangle. And what this does is it makes it so it just creates a gradient nice and easy in one singular button click. I'm also going to do auto groups and mask by polygroups to 100. So that way, even though this is the same subtool, I can just color one layer at a time. Nice and quick. It's like pretty harsh transition, but that's fine. Anything that's towards the extremities of the model, I tend to have a bit darker. Like for example, right by her feet and her arms. It really just helps contrast the design. But I'm mostly coloring this just to have the clarity of design elements. Again, it does not affect the actual 3D printable model. It's just something I like to do. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Why are you spreading lies on the stream?
What?
About how abused and you're in the basement. We don't even have a basement.
It's dark down there. You wouldn't know.
Oh my god. We do not have a basement. Hashtag poor Ricky. No. God. All right. Added some depth here, and it just makes the design a lot more readable. Sometimes I'll flip the gradient one way or another. I just keep flipping it until it's easier to read. And barista Ricky, also true. And there we go. Now we have lots of nice color. Amazing. Ricky works at Starbucks. No, he just makes coffee every day. Foxy says, Mia gaslighting us into thinking she doesn't keep Ricky in the basement. No. He makes great coffee, though. It was definitely one of those things like where I used to make his coffee, and then he did it once, and I was like, that was really nice. And he's made coffee ever since. He works at Mia Bucks. Yeah. Does it help that he also is making himself a coffee too? I wish that these were individual strands, but I guess they're not. This is just one weird hair blob. Okay. That's alright. I can fix it. So right now I'm playing with like these front hair strands right here and seeing how it changes her like face shape and just like general demeanor and lines if it is long versus short. I like the severity of the shortness, honestly. Is it regular drip coffee, French press, pour over? It's in an espresso machine, so like it grinds up the beans and it smushes them under like an atmosphere of pressure or something, and then puts water through that puck. I don't know what that's called. Is that just espresso? If so, yeah, that. He roasts the pulling beans. Pour over for the win. Is that what that's called? I don't even know what pour over is, actually. I mean, I assume, like, obviously, like, you pour hot water over thing. Yeah, that's just espresso. But it's like a coffee amount. It's like not like a little bit. It's like a lot. Hello.
Hello.
They're asking what kind of coffee it is, and I've explained it at great depth. They're like, yeah, it's espresso. I'm like, but it makes this much.
Oh, no, it's an espresso machine, but it does all the things. So it'll grind the beans, it compacts them into little pucks, and it forces the water through.
That's what I said.
So the biggest difference would be an espresso will pack the beans even tighter and force a lower amount of water through, as opposed to the coffee. It doesn't compact it as much, and it lets more water through.
There you go.
So that whole coffee cup still has like the same caffeine content as an espresso.
So that's why I don't die despite having 3 of these a day.
Yes. That would not be good.
That makes sense. Oh, look, there's a pour over. Oh, okay. It looks fancy. Foxy says, I'm not a coffee snob. I drink instant. I'm not a coffee snob either. But instant is horrible. This almost feels like an X-Men character. Intended? I mean, it can be. Here, let me know what you think, Taylor. I'd be excited to know your input on this. This is the request. This is from Dr. Wildfire. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. Another more vague idea this month, a Star Weaver Genie. She very much gives off air elemental vibes, but with a more cosmos twist. And it'd be neat to see her magic in a cool way, weaving stars or space. Somehow. So, yes. Oh, this is so good. Machine camping is nice. Coffee show I worked at. Coffee show? Or shop? Yeah, right. I'm like, oh, a coffee show. That sounds great. Anyway, a coffee shop I worked at had me learn how to hand tamp. Oh, interesting. So, like, you just, like, well, tamping. Yeah, you just press it yourself. Espresso beans and coffee beans are also different. These are definitely coffee beans, and technically. Interesting. Taylor says, pour-overs are a fancy and relatively cheap alternative to espresso machine. Oh yeah, our espresso machine is expensive. It was like more than a couple $100. It was like $500. I didn't pay for it. It's my dad's old machine. When he got a fancier one, he's like, do you want this? I'm like, yes. So I've had it for like 3 years now. There's something just so underrated and amazing about having a parent that likes fancy things and then gets new fancy things. And I'm like a goblin. I'm like, I want that. Software says she looks great. Thank you so much and welcome into the tavern. I really want to sit in my chair like a little goblin, but that makes my hips hurt. So I'm just gonna, sorry. I know my chair is like super loud. It's really comfortable. It's just really loud. I will mute the mic next time. I have to say it out loud, otherwise I'll forget. Okay. We are more than halfway through Tavern Keeper's Craft, and I'm very happy with the way that she came out, but it is time to just like, let's do the thing. Let's do the model. Cue montage, but first let me write this down. I don't know what to call her. No one knows what a Star Weaver Genie is. I can go with like a cosmic tiefling mage. I don't know how to name her. Just Lingwell said, I had to disappear to do actual work for a moment. What's that? Taylor says, oh, Mia, with that prompt in mind, then think she could use some kind of star, planet, asteroid, or comet motif. Maybe a literal asteroid belt. Think of those fun wizard, alchemist, magician robes and hats. It's funny you say that because we also have Ronnie from Elden Ring as a reference. Okay. Somebody, let's pick a motif together that makes sense. I like the idea of like a planetary belt, but it might just look like baubles. No, that would work actually. Maybe a halo? Like rings? Like, you know, planet rings? But I'm back for the genie who now has horns. Yes, I don't know, just like cosmics. I like it. I was saved. I haven't saved. That was funny until I didn't save an entire model. I don't know what to call her. We're gonna go Astral something, because I have an Astral goddess. It's Aloha. I use my base match to make fun Serratus armor that fit under Mia's current chest piece. Oh, it really does. And I'm glad that you saved that, because that was one of my notes in your review. I'm like, you better have saved every stage of this. Very good. Now I don't have to tell you to do that. Yeah, and that's more of that like demon-y vibe too, you know? Oh, I do like that. All right. I don't know. She's going to be a mage. It doesn't really matter because my new website fixes all these problems, but I can't call her Astral Sorceress because that's what I named this other model. Speaking of, that is the freebie that's up still. Ricky hasn't remembered that he hasn't done it yet, which is good. So you can get this model for free right now. I would like to think they're like sisters, you know what I mean? Like, she looks more like good, like classic. So I think it'd be cool to have like a classic good, and maybe I'm making the evil counterpart here. Or maybe not even an evil counterpart, but like dark magic. A planet bikini. I know you're kidding, but I love that anyway. I feel like naming her is gonna like help me decide other decisions. Wow, that was incoherent. I need more coffee. I'm gonna go with Astral Genie. But I'm gonna spell it the fancy way, which is with a D. All right. Oh, and we have done the block out, but I want to do more than that. Empress is here. Hello. I am late. You are. All right. Astral Genie. All right, we need some planetary motifs. And I do think the idea of something like this asteroid belt is a really cool idea. Ooh. Oh, just had so much come out to my brain all at once. All right, instead of trying to say it all at once like chaos, I'm just gonna make the art and you guys are gonna see it. How's that? Okay, it looks a little more bubbly than I was wanting, but I like the concept. Empress says, before anyone asks, no, I have not worked on my assignments yet. I stretch a cylinder to the size of 2 spheres, aka chibi proportions. There you go. That's something. If anyone is wondering what she's talking about, I teach. So a lot of my students hang out in the chat here. Sorcerer says, you should check the tail of Astral from Elden Ring. Like tail as in like a literal like tail, like an animal tail, or like the tail, like the story of. I might just Google it. Oh my god, that is so cool. Why can't I get good at this game? Okay. Oh, is it a bunch of planets? Oh, yeah. Why can't I get close up? Here we go. Gross. I love it. Yeah, there's like Saturn. Or just a planet with a ring. I guess that doesn't have to be Saturn, but that's the extent of my astronomy knowledge. Ooh, more references. Ooh. OMG, immediately when you made the orbs, it reminded me of something. Oh, and that kind of cracks me up because one of my favorite like mains in Overwatch was Moira, which makes me think of the same thing. For anyone that played Overwatch, no, I was an actually good player and like I did heal. I wasn't like a DPS Moira, just saying. Anyway, totally not a soft spot. Totally did not rage at that game. Okay. Sorry, Dem, you've had some really good like references and ideas that fit into this very complicated character. Thank you for being not shy and hanging out in the chat with these ideas, because it would have been less cool without your input. Xander says, damn it, Mia. One of us just needs to stop talking, I guess, since it's her stream, it should be me. Because it's something that we're going to say identical again. Oh, there we go. That's working on them, though. It's true. I like it. And yes, Reaper is working at the library. She got a new job. Yay! We are sending love her way. Wait, where are my hearts? There they are. We're very proud of her. All right, these little baubles. Also, I like this. Let's admit, it doesn't fit at all. I'm gonna have to just let it go. It doesn't make sense. More baubles. And it does look more space-like in Planetary. And the tail of that monster, I immediately forgot to put in here. There we go. Got distracted by Aloha. What's new? Foxy says, I don't believe you. I think you've locked her in the basement and forced her to make you coffee. Yeah, I have like coffee goblins here. Meanwhile, Aloha, I don't drink coffee. Because you're a Brit. Not helping. If you guys could taste the coffee I drink, you would think it's a crime. It's barely coffee. All right, these little like round things, I love them. Well, Mia, I don't drink tea either. Oh, damn, that was my next comment. So, take that. Yeah, no, you're right. That is a bit of a checkmate moment. Do you just drink water? Are you one of those people? My friend Walker is like that. He just drinks water, like exclusively. Ooh, ooh. If I put more of these baubles and whatnot places, you know what's really cool about these? They're different polygroups, which means if I go to auto groups, mirror and weld, mass polygroups by 100 and click the spiral brush, it allows me to do this kind of stuff really quickly and really easily. And does that not look cosmic and cool? Somebody in the chat, not really, but no, it does. And this is really cool. I am my own hater. Anyway. Sorry, Dim says, I'm shy. I just don't think I have much to offer to the conversation. Unbelievable. No. Nope. I do not tolerate any of that here. You were great. You've seriously had nothing but on-topic, excellent suggestions. And just by wanting to be part of, like, the art, you can be. There are seriously no wrong answers. I've had people give me outrageous suggestions, and no one else understood what they were, like, suggesting. But I've made over 1,000 models. Like, again, that's characters, creatures, scatter terrain. That's one of the things that's cool we do something professionally in so long. You can incorporate even the most outlandish ideas into something beautiful, you know? I'm being aggressively nice to you. I'm sorry if it comes across as aggressive. Sater says, no, he drinks beer. Oh, I didn't check that. Oh, I don't drink beer either. What do you drink? Resin. Guys, we are totally being got right here. The answer is resin. Ooh. Ooh. Shapes. I love the spiral brush, like, so much. It's resin. I knew it. I was like, nope. It took me way too long to figure it out. But no, I am telling the truth. Oh, okay. Then what do you drink? Like, actually. I don't drink any of that stuff. Alrighty, I'm trying to get this to look like space. You know, I've done this for, again, years, and I have sculpted fire, water. Okay, for some reason I'm blanking on the intro to Avatar. That'd be a good moment to say that. But anyway, I've sculpted all the elements. Space, still a new one for me. Sater says, I have the real answer in my brain somewhere. It's not Dr. Pepper. That was Reaper. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Mountain Dew because I don't think they have that over there. Yeah, no, Reaper was Dr. Pepper and I... Bleh. And to be clear, I don't have anything against water. Water is fine. But just drinking water is... Meh. These are turning into like little cool little ornaments. I love them. Yeah, actually clean water, not that American stuff. Oh my goodness. Our water comes from a well, thank you. I think. I actually don't know. Did when I was a kid. All right, I've created this little outside adorning piece, and now I think I can look a little more closely at this tail here. And again, the variety, I think, of shapes is perfect. I guess not a variety of shapes, it's just like it's a sphere over and over again, but you know what I'm trying to say. That is absolutely the answer. freaking cool. Also, depending how you painted this, you could actually make her look like a plague monster almost and have this as like little like greenish yellow pustules. But anyway, I digress. All right, having these asymmetrical would also be a huge win. So let's go ahead and start incorporating that idea. The way I'm doing this reminds me of like those ice skating outfits. Kind of a random question. Have any of you guys like been ice skating before? Do you play hockey? I'm just curious. I don't know anybody that plays hockey. It's not exactly like a bucket list item to know someone that plays hockey. I just find it odd that I don't know anybody that plays hockey. I love it. I love it. Estelle, the natural born. That's cool. Estelle. Astral. It should be Astral probably. Anyway, the natural born is like a parasite of the stars. Their body is almost bead-like, and they are actually not fully formed yet. Like a butterfly, this is just one of its forms. Oh, very cool. And very not bread. Said that so confidently. Sater says, what am I, Canadian? I don't know. I just figure like somebody somewhere plays hockey, right? Here we go. Bam. It was non-sleeper. I played hockey. Goal specifically. No kidding. Cool. Jared, considering I grew up in the hot desert. No. That was dry. That's fair. Taylor says, I used to go ice skating. Same. Soradam has never seen snow in their life. I was in the same boat. Well, I'd never seen falling snow until last year and I moved to Tennessee. So, same, but not quite. Sater says, I know lots of people that play hockey actually. I am not one of them. Absolutely zero desire to do so. Haven't been ice skating since I was 5. I don't know why that feels like a roast of just being like, I'm not 5. It's probably because you led that up with, what am I, Canadian? Do your homework. Not missing much. About snow? Oh, I love snow. Because I don't have to commute. And I get to just stay home. And it's fun. It was mostly just fun seeing my horse interact with snow for the first time. They get so playful, it's very cute. Bubbles. Sater says, well, I was just about to say, because you don't have to drive in it. Yeah, this is true. Alright, I'm happy with this block out. I am officially calling this character done, design-wise. And I'm going to move on. I have decided I'm going to say really, like, dry, clear statements to make myself move on. Because otherwise I work on the same thing and I know I can move on. And that I put in an appropriate amount of effort. Alright, it's time to detail. Detail montage. Let's go. First things first is I'm going to kind of look at anything that's causing problems, and I see that there's like, see this like little scribbly bit of polys in the center? That's a problem. Make sure you have your smooth brush with min connected points set to 1, and then you can actually erase those. Mirror and weld. There we go. All right, looking pretty good. I'm gonna inflate this entire thing. Yes. Why are there so many of these weird little polys? What? Where did you come from? I don't understand. How about if I just ZBrush by saying, will you go away? Ugh, doesn't look nearly as good. Okay, what about Dynamesh? Wow, yeah, see this? This is called mesh shattering. I love it. It's my very dry way of being, I don't love it at all. That's really annoying. It'd be faster for me just to remake this. Bam. That's just for kit bashing anyway, so it's pretty common that I will then take a piece and then actually create it with intention. So I'm gonna grab this little skirt right here, tear off the back of it, delete hidden, and then we're gonna create that piece again with actually nice topology that is not going to shred. Bam, same shape, polished by features. And now we're gonna add some dynamic subdiv. So I actually have some thickness that I can sculpt on. The polys are not great. Let's actually ZBrush by same, so a little more even. No, there we go. This is not as easy to work on as this. Dynamic. And I like it to be something on the much thicker side because I design all this for 3D printing, and I come through afterwards and I'll just delete an edge loop on the side. See the before and after? I have a bit of like a nice bevel there while still having lots of material. This is not gonna have a trim piece that I was planning on, but maybe just like a really small trim piece. So I'm gonna go ahead and insert an edge loop, and then I'm going to extrude it twice. Extrude, extrude. Come on. So just a tiny little edge there, so when I subdivide, there's a little bit of substance on the edge. It was barely noticeable, so I'm going to extrude it a little bit more. There we go. All right, now that I have that, we're gonna add in some pipe folds, and I like using a standard brush to do that. Increase my subdiv, and going pretty heavy-handed with these pipe folds. I'm gonna go with thinner ones to kind of make the material look a little lighter and gauzier. When you get close to the center line, expect to break symmetry. Otherwise it's gonna look really stiff and kind of give you some weird like sculpted artifacts. There we go, just like that. Got like a nice little frilly piece. It is worth your time to do the same thing on both sides. Even if most of it will be covered when 3D printed, trust me, it's worth the 5 seconds to just add a little bit of material there. Jared's gonna take a lunch break. Sounds good. Hello, it says, Mia, I feel like some of these ethereal characters make you have to hold back sometimes. Imagine having some cool floating orbs, an ethereal floating thin fabric. I know. I know, believe me, I think about it all the time. I want to be like absolutely absurd and have like floating planets around her and like literal like sculpted air and stuff. But alas, it must be physical. It's not print friendly though, is what I mean. Yeah, no, I know what you meant. Because what I actually want to do is to take something like this and like, just like little, not like that. Why are you not working? Don't fight me. I will win. 1 second. Ha, I win. Pretty much like this, but like a million of them. See like this kind of shape right here? And I can take that and like stretch this. And I could give her like these moth-like wings almost. You guys see the shape I'm creating here? This is what's in my head. See this? Yeah, mirror and weld. And then inflate. Oh, no, I don't have to. It's not 3D print friendly. I'm not even trying. Something like this and like this ridiculous gown and like floating planets and like that's what I have in my head, especially for a character like this. That will not print in a million bajillion years. And I could modify that actually. Now that I've created it, I'm like, maybe I could actually print that. Anyway, back to doing detail montage. I actually need to make these little pipe folds more pronounced and more delicate on this side. I didn't realize they're even more visible than I thought. There we go. At the very least, those ridiculous wing shapes that I made, I feel like that was cool for you to see, Aloha, probably. Like the way I knew I could create that shape quickly, the cross hatching thing, yeah. It's in here. Sater says, Mia, could you make a plane and then have those stand out as details? I could, and that would be 3D printable. You were correct. Honestly, as soon as I was like, oh, I wish I could, stuff like this, and I was like, this actually is, I could make this 3D printable. I might need to make some adjustments in my brain when I do work on projects like this. And just to remind myself that, like, if there's a will, there is a way. And a lot of this stuff actually can be done. So I'm just thinking about that. Also, what I'm doing right now, just a quick trick here. So I have these 3 layered pieces of fabric. It's the same piece of fabric. Don't detail it 3 times. And so the easy way to do that is to duplicate it. So I have 2 copies right here. I'm going to delete everything but the lowest layer. I'm going to detail just this one, and then I will go back and use this other piece I have here to just line them up correctly. Hey, Max is here. Welcome in. Aloha says, no, don't show it. Now I want it even more. I know. I regret nothing. I feel like I say it all the time because I am serious, but like, I'm telling you, the like art god level I'm going to be in like 2 to 5 years. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be worth it. We are going to have our cake and eat it too, I promise. Curse you, Mia, and I want to do it in your honor. Do it. Censored, but still revealing. I want to see. That's awesome. And like the way, yeah, that would be a really cool way to detail this body. Yeah, I probably can't just have that sitting there. But yes. All right, edge loop, edge loop. So these are really, really small, but I swear it's just like a little barrier that you can kind of grab onto when you're painting and like dry brushing and all that good stuff. I swear it's more visually interesting than not having it there. Anyway. All right, doing the same thing, pipe folds, but this one is gonna be a little bit different. Higher Z intensity and not mumbling when you sculpt. So it's gonna be pretty heavy-handed here. And then from this tension point coming up. See how it's starting to like deform the edge? You do have to be cautious of that, just like not creating nonsense topology that doesn't want to print. But I know how to fix that because I've made that mistake before, which now isn't a mistake. I just now know how to fix it, I guess. See how delicious that looks? Ah, yes. When it comes to drapery, I feel like I'm just so much faster at just sculpting it by hand than simulating it. But for literally any other fabric, it comes out better simulated. And to be clear, simulated fabric would look better as well, but I don't know how to simulate fabric like this yet. When I do, I will tell you guys. All right, I'm gonna turn on back face mask for this other side to make sure it's only adding material and not destroying it in a silly way. Like, what is this? This is what I want to be careful with. Really, really thin topology, especially because I'm going to be duplicating this. If I don't pay attention, that I will just duplicate the problem. Does that make sense? All right, I'm going to go ahead and just mask this little area, and I'm just going to delete it. Stop. There you go. Can't be a problem if you don't exist. Oh, look, the same problem. Stop. There we go. Sweet, that was it. All right, we now have these really detailed layered fabric. Oh, cool, there's a new daily freebie. What is it today? Oh, there's 2 today. That means we hit one of our goals. Awesome. if you guys 3D print or you don't 3D print, you just want to play with some 3D models, check it out. Today, this is, it's my super old werewolf. Oh my god, he's ugly and I love him in the best way. Like, genuinely. He's just kind of goofy looking. I made this in 2020. It's like my first one. I did a pretty good job. And this girl, my human trapper, she's pretty cool. Actually made around the same time, believe it or not, one of these things I understood better than the other. And that's okay. They're both super solid and I have them both for free right now on Patreon. This is under the M3DM Daily Freebie, or you can go to the link in the description. There's 2 Patreons there. One is for teaching, one's for 3D models. They're labeled accordingly. But anyway, download and enjoy because they'll be gone soon. Hello, this is Mia. You know, one of those fabric pieces you just did, could you take that and then simulate something on top to get a similar shape to create quick layering with really high quality simulation? Interesting. I am doing like, there's rapid math calculations happening right now where I'm like, is this worth me trying and would that derail the stream? I think it's worth it. I think I can do this really quickly just to try it. Because I literally have that all set up right now. All right, we're gonna do a little simulation just really quick. Because I know what you're saying. This is gonna operate kind of like a base shape. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, you said specifically, take that and then simulate something on top. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, because like the simulation has that like randomness to it that I just don't, because I'm human. Yeah, okay. And if you're like, what is happening? I'm gonna show you, don't worry. Because I know if Empress is still here, she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put this on top. We're gonna make it a different color so that way it's not so confusing. And then this also kind of does have a little bit of whack topology. Let's see if it works. Anyway, we're going to mirror and weld, or actually we're not. We're gonna just do one piece and hope that that keeps it a little more simple. And then we need to add some thickness here, otherwise nothing is going to happen when you simulate it. Just a little bit, nice and thin. I'm going to simulate this on top. So to do that, open up your Dynamics tab, and then you must enable, this is so, okay, seriously, if you want to simulate fabric, listen. Open up your Dynamics tab and click on Collision Volume. If this is not enabled, nothing is going to happen. You're probably thinking, why isn't this button at the top then? I don't know, I don't make the rules. But click on Collision Volume. Whatever you have visible as a subtool is what it's going to interact with. And then everything else is just a detail that you can interact with. I don't want gravity because I actually want it to go sideways. And if you click run simulation without gravity, nothing's gonna happen. And like that, it just falls to the floor. I recommend not just running simulation at all, and instead change your transpose line from transpose to transpose cloth. And now, this is really cool. Your transpose line is gravity. Does that make sense? All right, I'm going to increase this smooth subdiv, reduce the firmness of my material, and reduce inflate. I'm going to click recalculate just in case it needed that. Oh, and I'm also going to enable self-collisioning, so I'm going for a gauzier fabric. When I say gauzier, I just mean thin. I don't know why I don't just say thin. Gauzy. Steamwork says, yeah, it always takes me a minute to get simulation going. Settings are fun, and there are a lot of them. I wish there were some presets, you know? Maybe I should make those for my students. Anyway, so I click and drag, we're watching it kind of, oh, and one more thing. When you move the gizmo, or whatever your gravity strength is set to, the speed of the simulation also affects your simulation. The faster it is, the worse job it does. So like, move it slowly. Look, it barely did anything. Why are you being like this? Why are you not? How much? Why? What if you had no thickness? Is the thickness making you mad? See, it's hitting it, but it's not thin enough. No floor collision. Strength, yeah, I want strength. Resolution, I guess more resolution? Recalculate. Wait, no. With stuff visible. Come here. Be interesting. Be gauzy. Wow. ZBrush is like, you know what result you get? Nothing. Which is fine. I can also affect, like, oh, liquefy might work. Anyway, allowing shrink, allowing expand, all these things are going to matter. I find deflate also gives me some pretty good results. Usually if I like wiggle this, it will start doing fabric fold nonsense. But man, it's really like, you know what results you're going to get? Nothing. I will win. Do I have to have inflate turned on a little bit? I feel like I shouldn't have to. Can you save simulation settings? Maybe not, but once I find something that works well, I can always screenshot it and then share that with my students or whoever. Do you have to have a piece mask? Why are you acting like you've never... And by you, I mean ZBrush. This is like very lackluster. What about contract? Me just like disgusted by like how boring these results are. All right, self collision, let's increase that all the way. It's kind of helping. Contract's not doing a great job. I also can use my cloth brushes to get results here. See what I mean? Like that's doing a better job. But like, seriously? It should like fall on this piece and have more resolution, and just has like none. You might have to turn the basic fabric sideways so the new fabric can use gravity fall onto it. I was thinking that, but like that's why like I should be able to use the 3D gizmo and just like gravity this way, you know? Firmness is 0. More simulation iterations, maybe because I'm asking to do something that's very dense. Collision volume, yeah. Honestly, it's just not great. It's just not great. Okay, that didn't work, and that's okay. I do think there is a solution somewhere there, and I didn't find it today. Maybe some other day. In my head, I'm just like, this is another battle between me and Dynamics and ZBrush. I'm gonna figure it out, and it's gonna be awesome, and then I'm gonna tell you guys all my secrets. I've gotten better results than that. I've gotten results closer to this, but the fact that I couldn't make them interact with each other was kind of weird. Yeah, it isn't doing anything. Yeah, I know, right? Whatever. I liked your idea still. I think there's something there. I need to watch some Michael Pavlovich videos of him doing it. It always works when he does it. These videos are so long. And that was definitely worth the time. I was like, is this going to derail the stream? No, it didn't. It was just a fun little side quest. We've all done side quests with underwhelming results. It happens. Speaking of, like in Monster Hunter and World, I hated doing those stupid egg quests. What is it? It's like when you go to like the forest, whatever it's actually called, the giant forest area. I cannot learn that map to save my life. So you have to get the Raytheon egg and transport it. God, I hate that quest. But I don't like leaving things undone. But it never feels worth it. I think I made that a little too low res. That's another thing. I'm trying to not decimate my models as hard. Usually that requires just decimating one more time. Oh, it's at this stage. Okay, I understand. I wonder if I should Dynamesh this. Because Dynamesh does give you like dirtier topology results, but I'm trying to get this as most efficient as possible. So if I Dynamesh first and then decimate, it might give me a better spread of polygons. Because the way that it works is Dynamesh adds more resolutions in areas with more deformation. Yes, this is working. Very good. I need these to be as low poly as possible because I'm making a lot of layers. Wow, what is this? Is that just bad poly paint? Okay, yes it is. I was like... Okay, we're good. We're good. I was almost very unhappy with the results there. No, we're all good. Sweet. All right. We have this layer now, and now we're going to do 3 of them. Because why detail the same thing 3 times? Ooh, I still have fabric sim on. Please don't break. Make sure you change your transpose line back if you did what I just did. All right, and then I will move it up and resize. Oop, not like that. Sweet. And this is just a much faster way instead of detailing the same thing 3 times, especially because I want a very similar texture on all of them. Perfect. And now I can kind of delete this base skeleton I had here with my designing, and I'm just left with these beautiful layers underneath. Amazing. All right, I'm going to merge all of these pieces down. Honestly, these pieces can be left out of the rigging process entirely. Sweet. And I don't want to forget these little foot things. And this can be really nice and simple. We're going to polish by features, and we have some really ugly topology here that's creating some weird triangles. So all we have to do is ZBrush by half, and it'll give us a nicer result. Very good. Part of me was like, please give me a nicer result. It did. I can go ahead and close holes in this case because it's not going to be visible on the model. And then I'm actually going to extrude a bunch of poly loops here. Please work. There we go. Just to have some visual interest. Something just simple and dense. It's gonna look kind of like bangles. There we go. Nice and simple. Subdivide. And you're done. Some things you don't need to overthink. You just need to get something on there. Well, bam. All right, next up is this tabard piece. Just like before, I'm only going to detail one of them and then just duplicate and layer. I'm going to ZBrush and same to make the topology. Wow, that's not a great result. Let's try it again. Nope. Okay. Well, I can polish by features, and that does make the topology look nicer for what I was wanting. ZBrush hates like triangles and sharp edges. Just keep that in mind. There you go. That's the same mesh as before, but all I did was soften the edge and it didn't panic. All right, I'm going to add some thickness to this. That way it's actually 3D printable. And extrude some poly loops. I want it to look a little different, so let me extrude some different lines. There you go. Same, but different. This does not need to be 71,000 points. So let's go ahead and bring that down to 5,000 points. Probably gonna look exactly the same. Yep, let's do 1. A little too pixelated. Perfect. As a general rule, more is in fact more. So if you think your character is looking bland, it really can be as cheap and simple as duplicate these lovely pieces you've already made and layer them up. So as I'm detailing the character, I am getting it somewhat ready for posing as well. And what I mean by that is making it ready for Character Creator 4. You can pose in ZBrush, and I usually do. It's been more of a recent thing where I actually have my husband rig these so I can do multiple poses. It's more cost efficient, like per time, and I get some better results too, so truly a win-win. this model's coming together really quick, says Aloha, and I agree. I've run out of Tavern Keeper's craft time, and I'm kind of just working anyway. But I'll jump into happy hour pretty soon here. Speaking of, if you are a student and you have work you want me to review, and you are not Aloha or Ray, send that to me. I think it's just mini mimics, and that's it today. Which is great, because that means I can take happy hour as an excuse to work on more of my own stuff. Because I am working on this, like, slow and fast. Again, never rush those initial stages when you are creating the base shapes. And that's what I mean by, like, this doesn't look very impressive, right? But I can get this detailed in, like, legitimately less than 2 minutes. Let's do it. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Dynamics, reduce Smooth Subdiv to 0, because I don't want it to add more topology. Add thickness at a -100 offset, so that way I'm still maintaining my silhouette. Make it thicker than you think it needs to be, because I'm designing for 3D printing. Let's extrude some poly loops. 1, 2. And if I don't like this bulky edge back here, that's totally fine. I can just remove it, so we have a bit of a bevel there. Got some weird topology here, but it ended up working out really nicely, so I'm just gonna roll with it. I don't think horizontal bands would suit this character, but it might. So I'm just gonna click a bunch of times here and see what that looks like. It's kind of cool. I like it. I'm going to emphasize these little lines or bands I created by inserting a couple more edge loops and then extruding on the edges of those. And there we go. Detailed. Looks interesting. Kind of odd. I like it. I think I want it to be shorter. That looks really cool. It's only 3,000 points too. Love to see it. And this little belt I had right here was more like a placeholder, and I just structurally ended up not needing it at all. So why detail it? Be gone. Up next, we have this little band thing, which I like what Aloha had drafted where it comes on the sides, but I have to accept that I've left the block out phase. I'm gonna detail what I got, and I do like it. Dynamic, same kind of thing of adding thickness, and this is gonna be a little bit more sensitive here because apparently we have a weird topology issue happening. That's fine. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this. We're gonna create from this, yes. Which I wanted to clean this up a little bit anyway. There we go. And because it's not wrapping to the, like you can't see anything that's in the back right here, there's no reason to have to worry about it. Just go ahead and mask what you don't need and just remove it. There we go. I like it. This character has been so much fun to work on. Definitely a nice refresh after working on some really hard models. And don't worry, I got plenty of hard models coming up for next week, but I'm not going to do them back to back this time. I don't know, what is this? An intentional workflow? Madness. So this was a reused asset up here. You can tell because it got a little smushy right here. So what I'm going to do is actually duplicate this little band I created and see if that will inlay on top nicely. And it sure does. Oh, Max says, also me. Oh, good. I'm glad that you said that because I must have like took a sneak peek at it but forgot to mark it as unread again. So I'm glad that you said that. Otherwise, I might have forgotten about you, and I don't want that. Ricky says, working on it. Working on what? Oh, save. I will. If 2 hours is quick, I don't want to see a slow model. Lol. Smoking like someone that's never created a 3D model. No, I'm super fast. That being said, 3D modeling is super cool, and you should definitely look into it. All right, adding some more trim and whatnot. Oh yeah, Aloha, I knew it'd be like, no, this is really fast. Just Single says, remind there's still a small amount of time to derail and distract if you get a Tavern pet. This is very true. I appreciate you taking your member announcement for this very important mention about Tavern pets. You were correct. Awesome. Love mentions no rush, but there are some really awesome drafts I have for mystery streams. Some of them are very different, and they won't simply be another request. I'm very excited for that. And yeah, we got plenty of time. Even though I haven't finished Fall of Aloha yet, I imagine we'll do the mystery streams, what we mentioned, like around the 14th, so I'm not feeling rushed. I appreciate you. I like decimating this and ends up looking kind of pixelated, but in this case, it actually suits the model quite well. All right, I'm gonna add some fabric folds here. And anywhere where there's like tension points is what I'm kind of looking for here. I can also come through with my damp sander brush and add some like stitching detail. It's like little things that really make the model more interesting to look at. And because we have more of like this cosmic vibe, I can actually really kind of go in with almost like a scribble. It doesn't sound very sexy. You'll know what I mean. Kind of go with this interesting little flare. Yeah, something kind of like that. I'm going with these lines kind of with the reminder of what Seder put. That woman that had those tattoos, and they kind of looked almost like a dragonfly wing. Excellent. Oh, I really like this. Perfect. And then yeah, having this wrap around the thumb is going to make it harder to detail, so I am going to remove that. There we are, Ziri mesh with same. And then dynamic thickness. Is such a good tool. Cannot overstate that enough. It's hard for me to imagine that I used to create without that part of being my workflow. I think having these lines will be a little more aesthetic. Yeah, and have more of a flow to it. There we go. Hey, Corey's here. Welcome back. How have you been? We're making this really cool Astral, Sorceress, Cosmic, Space, Bender of Time. It's been a lot of fun. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Aloha. To mark the end of Season 1 of Tavern Pets, but also to request Mia as my art friend to please purchase Expedition 33 for yourself. You'll be flooded with future requests from that game for sure, and it's truly art. I mean, if I have to. I've been so excited to play that game. Hell yeah. Alright, we have another Tavern Pet, thanks to, well, Aloha, but also Just Lingual. So, it's the last Tavern Pet of Season 1. Pretty excited. Corey says, I got about 5-10 minutes. Pop in to say hello. You got any Tavern Pet ideas? Heck yeah, I'm super excited for those. I already closed my little Streamlabs thing. I'm gonna go grab that. And I know what I'm doing this weekend now. We've had so many that we're up like looking at right now too, as far as like Tavern Pets. I know we have like a rock, an alligator, a mind flayer. Yeah. And what a fun end to Season 1 of Tavern Pets. No, we are not doing cucumber. Ah, that's right. Ricky wants himself as a Tavern Pet. Chibi Ricky. Or an alligator. Okay, cucumber would be amazing. Why do you guys want this? Oh, that's true. Aloha has been asking for a Pookie Bear Tavern Pet since the beginning. This is true. This is true. I can do that. Pookie Bear is not a bear. Pookie Bear is a biomechanical lich that I made a few months ago. Hey, Show is here. Welcome in. We just hit our donation goal for the day, and also marks the end of the Season 1 of Tavern Pets. So we're talking about what we're going to do. Also, she's pretty much detailed, so that was perfect timing too. Probably not unintentional. Let me go ahead and write that down. So we got a block out and detail. She hasn't been pose prepped yet, but I'm probably going to do that today too, because I'm on a roll. Pookie Bear holding a cucumber. All in favor? I will at least do Pookie Bear. Everyone's excited. All right, let's do it. God, this is really cool though. Eyes in the chat. I like it. I like it. Again, that was very generous. Thank you, Aloha. Alrighty. Smile. First art of the day. I guess other than the rock wall, which we did get progress on. And then I'm going to @ Dr. Wildfire because I forgot to let her know. Amazing. And let me go ahead and save this. All right, let's bring up these Tavern Pets. I'm gonna take like a quick 5-minute break, just to like grab water and stuff, but I'm gonna pretty much come right back. And then it's the last Tavern Pet. In the meantime, you guys can enjoy all of the Tavern Pets we have made this season. It has been incredible, seriously. Thank you guys so much. So awesome. All right, we're first going to review a student because there's not really that much to review. And then we're going to do this. Elo mentioned that seriously take your time with Expedition 33. The game oozes in style and ridiculously good art direction from top to bottom. The music is the best I've ever heard. Sounds good. I'll use my new fancy headphones that are coming in to listen to them. I'm super excited. I think they come in tomorrow because it's coming from Memphis, Tennessee, which is like really not far from me. Pretty cool. Yeah, freaking Adobe. Acrobat itself is $20 a month. Acrobat. I know, it's a crime. Okay, I'll be back in like literally 5 minutes. And then we have a fantastic happy hour planned. Again, thank you, Aloha. Oh, Anonymous is here too. Hey, Benefit. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, welcome. I'm back. Really easy, really quick. I have water. I've been double coffeed. We hit our donation goal. It is time for happy hour. This is where I answer student questions and if a tab or pet has been unlocked, which it has been today. Thank you, Just Lingual, and especially Aloha. It's gonna be great. I'm super excited. Yo, Adamus says, does the Tavern Pets have a secret portal dimension on the inside where you can store your stuff? Yes, 100%. Alrighty. Also, let's review these students. Okay. So these are all part of my mentorship program. So regardless of your level, whether you're a brand new beginner, can barely draw a stick figure, or you're already a prolific practicing 3D artist with your own business, I have students that are in both categories. Either way, I can help push you to that next level. So with that, let's start off with Max. Here we go. Max is working on their first project character, and this is going to be, here we go, my Uzlo, my D&D character who has never been played yet. It's a deep gnome, gender, grumpy old man. Love to see it. Here are the references, and the first thing is making that base mesh. And so they mentioned, hey, I'm feeling a bit stuck. How do I do this? And so I talked to them, gave them some tips on yesterday's stream. Here's that timestamp. And then here we go. They mentioned it. I tried sculpting from scratch. I couldn't do it. That's okay. I'm proud of you for trying. Didn't change much beyond scaling, but gave him a mild hunchback. I like it. I like it. Yeah, you nailed it. This is totally proportions that you're wanting. The base mesh on this one, this is the base mesh's fault, not yours. The feet tend to get really flat. You can use move plus backface mask or a gentle inflate, but make sure those feet get bulked up at some point. Or just cover them with shoes. That also works, but it depends on if your deep gnome is a shoe person or not. This looks great. I love that you have your most important lines here. The fingertips are matching up to the midpoint of the thigh. That's excellent. He's a little on the long-legged side, but you can totally do that. I do notice that the chin right here is slightly asymmetrical, which means at some point you fell out of symmetry. So before you continue, make sure you go to your deformation palette, which is under subtool, and click mirror and weld. Let me just show that to you. So go to your tool, right here where it says deformation, and make sure you click on mirror and weld. Nope, that's just mirror. Is it modified topology? It is. Geometry, mirror, and weld. My bad. Geometry, mirror, and weld. My bad. I'm so used to my custom UI, so I'm glad that I checked. But anyway, make sure you click on that before you continue. Again, that is going to be tool, geometry, modify topology, mirror, and weld. That's the location. It's not a huge issue. I can just tell that your chin here isn't symmetrical, and that'll cause problems for you later on. But awesome. You are ready for your next step. Another note on the hands and feet, if you want, you can make them larger. That's very deep note-esque. Hey, Reaper's back. Let me get you your next assignment. It is time to make assets. Okay, so when this next step here has a variety of what could be considered complete, and I'll kind of give you an overview of what that looks like. Your goal here, just no details. We're not doing fabric folds or stitching. We're just giving him pants, a shoe block out, all that kind of good stuff. Alrighty, I have that assignment lined up here. And then I'll also give you an example of what that looks like. This is supposed to be low poly, very, very simple. Don't get bogged down in those details. If you don't know how to make any assets, that's a-okay. Follow my how to sculpt a dress and that will get you started. And then here's an example of what your block out can look like. I consider either one of these, not that model, to be the block out stage. Other link. Whoop. Here you go. Either one of these I think is sufficient for the block out stage. It depends how layered you want to get. But notice that both of them are low poly and both of them have changed the silhouette. It's just pretty much putting something on the body here, so it's not just naked. All right, I hope that makes sense. If you have any questions, let me know, Max. Perfect. And then next up, we have mini mimics. Alrighty. I know they mentioned they could not attend today's stream, so I'm gonna give them a timestamp as well. And we'll see what they said. So they're working on getting a shop together and all kinds of stuff like that, which can be very intimidating. Here we go. All right. Hello, David. So we're working on reviewing your project right now. And you said, I'm putting up for the night. I'm gonna shutting down the weekend, getting ready for work. I am hoping to do multiple poses with these. I already have some models they're making from scratch, so we can talk about making a pack out of that. I don't know how well these fit together. Please let me know if my progress is too slow. And I'd be happy to hear you critique or fix and speed it up. If my modeling's not up to par either, I'm open to following more additional courses from you. Let me know. Sounds like you're feeling a little bit down on your art right now. You were making stuff plenty fast enough and it's looking great. As far as whether it's cohesive or not, let's take a look. So we have this new cat man, first time I'm seeing him. And then here is that set side by side. This is pretty darn cool. I think these characters obviously look like they belong in the same environment. It's kind of like this Middle Eastern looking desert environment based on their clothing, which is very, very cool. I also like how stylized you're getting on those fabric folds. They're getting a little more on kind of that lumpy texture. You can prevent that from happening by staying lower poly for longer, but this is looking great. I wouldn't worry about reworking that. Leave that as it is. Keep that in mind for a future note. I also really like the jewelry you have up here. I'm excited to see this big cat man with the same kind of outfit. Same with like, ooh, the little adjustments here. Like feet look good on these paws and those little nails. When I'm making animal humanoids, I tend to make the hands and, well, paws in this case, a little bit larger. It just kind of balances them out more nicely. But no, these look great and they look super cohesive. And don't even get down on yourself on how fast you're creating stuff. You're still getting the habit of learning how to make these packs in this cohesive set. So you're doing great. All right, I would recommend, instead of giving them the exact same outfit, something that also makes them stand out a little bit. So for example, it's kind of like more like a light armor, maybe a medium armor character, and then a heavy armor character. Just an idea. Again, these are your models in your pack, and they look really cool. Having decorative bases that match them, and maybe even a few terrain pieces like a cactus, could also go a long way. But you're doing great. Just keep on going, okay? Oh, and there's Max. Max says, does his staff and hat count as an asset, or do they come separately? Oh, yeah. Block those out, too. Even if it's just a cylinder. Great question. Very good. And then Ray and Aloha, I'll be reviewing off streams. They have epic, huge projects for me to look at. And Ray hates the dragon that he made earlier this year, so that wasn't under my tutelage. So we are restarting a new dragon project that hopefully he'll be proud to share enough on stream. All right, that wraps that up. Oh, I knew, yeah, ooh, I love this. I knew Dr. Wildfire would love that request and how the direction we took it. Awesome. Foxy says, I'd love to print those cat person models. Foxy, I'm going to screenshot your comment and I'm going to send that to Mini Mimics. I just know that that's going to make their day a little bit better. Bam. Thank you, Foxy. Amazing. All right. Any other questions from my students? You can either put it in the chat, make sure you put M3DM first so it grabs my attention, or you can put it in the Friday Tavert Peasant Party and I will see it there. All right. Without further ado, it is time to make a chibi version of Pookie Bear. And if you're wondering what the heck is Pookie Bear, you're about to find out. First, I have to put this little cat somewhere because goodness, we are running out of room. And that's why there's going to be a season 2. All right, we're going to just put him right there. There he goes. All right, next up, we're going to do copy tool, paste tool, and delete. All right, we have just a base. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to bring in Pookie Bear so you guys know who this is. This is a model that I made on stream at the end of last year, and because I live streamed it, everyone that was chatting really helped push us to the next level. It was quite a cool experience. Pookie Bear is in fact not a bear. It's a biomechanical lich. Obviously. So this is Pookie Bear. If we're gonna make a chibi out of this, I can do it. Snoop Pook. Yes, precisely. Although it says, Mia, my submission is really long, so don't worry if you don't read it all the way through at once. I already read it. It's fantastic. But yeah, it's not that long. I read fast. And then Adama says, I like the cat people. King is my fave. Tekken. Oh, I love that. I can screenshot all of this. Cool. All right. Also, I don't know if I said it already, but welcome back, Reaper. I hope you had a nice day at work. Yeah, isn't he cute, Jared? He's just gonna be it's obviously begging to be a cute little guy. Obviously. Like from Starsky and Hutch, Pookie Bear? No idea what the reference is from, but that's what we end up naming it. And by we, I mean Aloha. All right, yeah, I know how to make chibis. What the fuck? Okay, I can do this. It's gonna be kind of like Carl, kind of. Aloha, you're breaking my brain, which is good. Okay. Here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna have Pookie Bear up here. And then I'm gonna work on the shapes right here. Okay, so when you're working on chibis, there are rules that you follow, and that's what makes them look cohesive and cute. And one of those rules is this like 1-to-1 ratio, which means the head is like the size that you're going to create around. Let me show you. So like a normal person is going to be, thank you, Aloha. I need that. Normal person is like 7 to 8 heads tall. Not chibis. Chibis are just like 2 heads tall. So we're gonna have, let's pick that kind of bluish gray color. Maybe more purplish, more white. Anyway, this, and then we're duplicate it, and there's this. And that's the entire model. Everything must roughly fit into these proportions. And that's how I designed every single one of these. Reaper said, they actually didn't want me to come in today, so I slept. Oh, that works too. Steamwork said, never mind, I was behind in the video. Not a worry, it happens. Feel free to go more down this route if needed. It'll be similar, but nah, we got it. And because it's actually a humanoid, it's going to be more stacked on top of each other like a snowman. All right, let's get Pookie Bear over here so I can see them. All right. Come over here. I know it's a little bit noisy to look at. As you can see, the original Pookie Bear is a lot more than just 2 heads tall. All right, well, he's pretty much just gonna have like a little cloak that I can decorate with little ribs. Again, so step 1 of a chibi is establishing that 2 head tall ratio. And the next is identifying necessary secondary forms that make it what it is, right? So with a cat, it's like cat ears, a tail, right? With a bee, it's the little wings and the antenna. Snail, the shell. So those are the secondary forms I'm talking about. So with Pookie Bear, he's got this long cloak, little arms, and then wings and a crest. And a shawl. Okay, he's got a lot going on. We're going to simplify. The head right here is going to be a skull. So I can turn on symmetry. Oh, ZBrush is like, it's going to be nothing. Wow, where is my entire world? Okay, ZBrush is like, no, you're gonna wait. That's okay. I love when it pops with this error message being like, ZBrush quit unexpectedly. I'm like, I know, I lived it. Thank you. That's fine. This is why I quick save every 3 minutes. And we're back. Nothing happened. I just wanted to make sure I was really thinking about it and taking my time. Aw, thanks, ZBrush. So nice. Anyway, so what we're gonna do first is kind of block out this general skull-like shape, and these are perfect. So usually every single one of these I added eyeballs, right? In this case, we're going to be carving out eyeballs. The lower the eyes are on the face, generally the cuter that it looks. And again, the magic ratio here is the eye to nose like triangle. The shorter you make that, the cuter it is. Sater says, I have the ick. I'm installing Photoshop, my personal machine. Ick. Aloha says, he's called Pookie Bear because Mia's working on a teddy bear. Oh, that's right. For a model around the same time and moved on to this monster of death. Thought it was best if we kept the cuteness going for this too. Awesome. Having a violet called Pookie Bear is just perfect. It really is. And when I put like make a listing for this in the shop, like I'm gonna call it Biomech Lich or whatever, but there's gonna be Pookie Bear in parentheses for sure. So again, we're not gonna put the nose right here. We're gonna put the nose like way up here. We want that triangle to be as small and as close together as possible. How do I make this little mouth? Both of them have it. All right, we got this little skull shape going. Also, Aloha, it's up to you if you want him to be like happy, mad, or sad. Let me know what you think. As of now, it's just staring into the void, which is also an option. All right, we have this shape. Going to be a little more on the egg shape side because it's a skull. I'm gonna decide on this little mouth for right now. That's going to be a secondary form in itself, I think, is having these little teeth. I'm so glad this wasn't the first one I did. I definitely needed all the practice to get to this moment because now it's not gonna be that hard. All right, and then next up, again, that's gonna be the right color, just as is. But this little cape we're gonna make now. Pookie Bear has to be happy, I think. I love it. I was kind of hoping you'd say that. But I love angry little dudes too. All right, it's gonna be a happy Pookie Bear. And to do that, we're going to deform his orbital eye socket by pushing the structures of his face, which means I guess he could never change his expression. Just a happy little guy, so he's definitely going to have little blushies for sure. To do that, I'm going to grab my permanent brush, the capsule, click C to grab that exact color here. And there you go. Little blushies. Split mask point, so that way I have the most control over them as a separate subtool. And get them positioned just right. I'll probably adjust like his cheekbones and like other skull aspects later, but for now, there we go. All right, so this is your first look at transforming this into a chibi. Trust the process. Sorry, Dem says, well, I'm sleepy and need to eepy. I must away. I loved your content. Yeah, thanks for being here. And don't worry, I wasn't like actually upset when you said like, oh, this is taking a long time. Like, just letting you know that that is totally fine. Yeah, Pookie Bear must be happy. This is cute. He doesn't realize how scary he is, so he's super happy. Oh, I love that. Like maybe he thinks everyone screaming is like a happy scream. Like he doesn't understand the difference. People running away in terror versus like, oh, cool. They're just so excited. Oh, goodness. Alrighty. And I do think it'd be cute if he had like the drapery and stuff still. We're going to get a taper going right here. So I'm going to make sure that my 3D gizmo is centered by clicking this little location dial. Now the gear and then taper. Boop. Oh my god, this is going to be the best Tabber pet, I swear. This is so cute already. I'm going to give him a little hunchback. So we're going to scoop in just the front right here. And then now I'm going to create his little arms. To do that, I'm going to use a curved tube brush. Click on C to color pick the same color as a skull. And now click and drag. Beautiful. It's very twisted and odd looking, the topology, so we'll do ZBrush with same. Precious. Again, I want to be as similar to our original reference here as possible. And in case you're new here and like what is happening, I make Tabber pets, and this is one of the first ones I've done that's actually based on one of my own works. So this guy is what I normally do, and all of these cute little dudes happen because of stream donations. And today is the end of season 1, which is essentially just spring. So during spring and maybe a little bit of winter, we made all of these. I think that about covers it. He's so cute. The range on these pets is hilarious, right? What a perfect capstone to season 1. Agreed. He does need simplified mini wings, 100%. And oh yes, it will be possible to print. They're going to be very similar to his little arms. All right. Speaking of, I'll hold Command-Shift-D. That is a hotkey to duplicate whatever your selected subtool is. W for my 3D gizmo, and then I can just click and drag and move this right on over. Boop. I think it just duplicated within the same subtool. Nope, I did it correctly. Never mind. Alrighty, and let's go ahead and get these roughly into shape. Perfect. And then as far as keeping these nice and simple, my plan is to just give like little sticks that will look more like bones than the original like biomech-ness, but that's totally fine and still really cute. Oh my god, he's so cute already. I'm actually going to rotate his head down a touch from that to that. Just think it's going to suit him a little better. Oops, now he's a cactus. Wow, he looks just like a cactus. Okay. Nope. Unsee that. Thank you. That just means that this model has like depth, you know, depending how you paint it, it can be whatever you want. But it totally reminded me of this little cactus from Final Fantasy. Goodness. All right, what was I doing? Yes. And I'm curious how much I'm gonna like change this little shape here. We'll see. Corey says, Mia, all right, I have to go. We have a great stream. Love the tabard pads. Yes, love that you stopped by. So I'm having fun trying to figure out like what's like the best little arm position. Because again, he's gotta have like little arms. I'm gonna try to ZBrush the head to keep it nice and low poly, but I want to make sure it doesn't destroy the face. Oh, it actually did a really good job. Oh my goodness. Can I do it one more time? We're kind of pushing it, but still cute. And then I do think he needs something on his head. I'll figure it out. Little oversized shoes poking out of the cape. That could be really cute. But the original one that didn't have shoes. I do think that'd be really cute though, especially if I had... Yeah, that might just make it read more clearly too. I'm gonna use capsules for that. Just insert, rotate. Wait for autosave. When ZBrush is autosaving, you don't do anything. You just wait patiently. It looks like he's sitting if I do it that way, which I mean, I don't hate. It's really cute. Cute. And then let me see if I can figure out some sort of like hood. To do this, I'm going to duplicate this head and then use my mask lasso brush. There we go. I'm going to delete the face, delete hidden, polish by features, and ZBrush just a couple times. And that's just a fancy way of reducing the poly count of this new piece that I made. Emo swoop on the head. Yeah. I'm gonna enable double poly paint that black. Okay, this needs to be white still. There we go. This little inflate, and let's see what we can do here. I need to straighten up his mouth, otherwise it looks like he has little fangs. Though, which is like really cute. If I'm gonna do that, I just wanna make sure it's intentional. This tooth needs to be squared off a little bit more. Why are you looking so much like pinchers? Stop. I'm gonna use my trim dynamic brush to flatten that out. There we go, it's getting better. All right, I definitely need to smush all this up at some point. I know that looks cursed, but just trust the process. That is coming later. I might just make these little teeth separate pieces. There we go. It's happening. This would be a really good moment for clay polish to work. Nope. Okay, it simplified it too much, but it's actually really helpful. There we go. And then as far as the nose goes, I think I have it upside... I do have it upside down. Sorry, Pookie Bear. There we go. Sater says, okay, I'm pausing here. I can't wait to see how this turns out when I resume watching later. Sounds good. We'll say hello to time-traveled Sater in just a bit. All right, and then I'm not sure how much we want the asymmetry to match the original, but I do think that could be really, really cute. Okay, this makes me want to taper this even more. I also want this to be a tube, I think. Yes. There we go. It ended up looking like a really nice combo of like what made Pookie Bear special versus these like cute little chibi Grim Reapers. All right, these need to be more forward. This is adorable. All right, I'm going to push the wings over a touch to make sure this is going to read as clearly as possible. And speaking of, part of like what makes a chibi great is reducing it to like its most simplest forms, right? So right now I think I can get away with not having the third spike of those bones showing. So I'm going to try to simplify it as much as I can. I'm also going to merge all of these down and see if I can push them off to the side or up. I just want to make sure it's as legible as possible. I can always click on V on my keyboard when there's not polypaint enabled and see what it looks like the silhouette. So you can kind of see what I'm going for here with Pookie Bear and how I'm making these as similar as possible. Yeah. Like I gotta have, okay, the higher his hands are, I feel like the cuter he looks. So I'm gonna work around that because that's, damn, that's adorable. Which means I might need to make the wings super small or maybe just super big. I mean, that's the thing we're pushing with like cute and chibi proportions. Usually it's like oversized or undersized. Yeah, that's pretty adorable. I think these need to be a little bit thinner. And push. Another thing that's different is on these, like they're just like flat bars that are connected. I might have gone a little too different with the shape here. I do like how it reads like little bones, and that is quite cute. Aloha says, well, I hate to say it, but guys, in my non-biased opinion, my Tower Pet ideas are the best one. Totally unbiased. I'm a little partial to this one too and biased because I think this is the only one that's based on one of... Oh no, the Cherry Blossom Dragon's obviously based on the Cherry Blossom Dragon. But that model wasn't even done yet. Anyway, this has been fun. All right, having some of this look asymmetrical is really cute, so I'm gonna lean into that a little bit. And I can use that to further help me distinguish the silhouette. Yeah, that's freaking adorable. All right, I need to delete some of this geometry right here just so it's a little bit easier for me to work with. Delete, smooth, smooth. All right, how do these wings connect back here? All right, I just want to make sure I have this general arcing shape. So it's longer and then tapered, and that's how I have this like simplified right here. I'm trying to think if I want to do anything too fancy on the back. I don't think so. Cute. This has been awesome. Yeah, Moo, Buzz, Blue, and Pookie Bear. Ah, yes. Man, that's right. You did request Blue. This one was still the hardest one by far, I'm pretty sure. Like, I remember like the wonton you gave me around for my money, but it was this one that was the hardest, I think. It's a literal tree. And has one of the best booties. I'm not gonna lie. Wow, this is cute as heck. Well, that's going to be a wrap to season 1. Thank you guys so much. Like, yeah, the Tower Pets are like a symbol of like cuteness and awesomeness, but also just like how far like this stream has come and stuff. Again, the first one was pretty much almost like a joke. Moo, because it was a D20 of Destiny roll where it was like pick a familiar, and it was like, oh, a little mushroom guy. That was actually RB Gaming that did that donation for that roll. D20 of Destiny rolls are not out of play. They are going to come back. I'm going to change the price point of them just a little bit to make sure the flow of the stream is still maintained and stuff. But yeah, this has been awesome. I really appreciate it, guys. When I first like initially put up the idea of memberships on the channel and donations, you know, it kind of feels weird because it's just like, it's like, what if nobody does it? I guess like it doesn't matter if no one does it, but it kind of feels awkward. And I didn't have to go through that phase at all thanks to you guys. I think it was the day I opened up memberships, Aloha jumped on it, became a member, and then just like a week later I had like who was the next person? I remember Rob Payne was one of the first. Same with Dr. Wildfire. It was shortly after that. So it's been a delight. It really has. Thank you guys. Aloha says, Mia, what's been your favorite part of season 2025 of the channel? That was me, Mia. How dare you? What did I forget? Aloha is writing to be a Tavern Pet dad. No, I thought the D20 Destiny roll was RB Gaming that rolled that because he did a re-roll and then he didn't know what he wanted to pick for one of the pets. And so we went with a familiar and you were like, what about a little mushroom dude? I know that it was your idea 100%, but I didn't know if it was your role or not. Because I know like RB likes to outsource the peasants for it. But yes. Aloha is in the running to be a Tavern Pet dad with the most pets. Them and Non-Sleeper. Non-Sleeper had the snail, the mouse, the cat, and Maverick. Yeah. Absolutely. And then, let's see. Alexander Englehart has the wizard, the Wanty, and the rust monster. And the beholder. Pretty sure. The monkey I want to say was from Meditating Monkey, but it might not have been. The wolf is Aiden, which makes sense. I don't remember the owl. I think Jess Lingle has the bundling duckling. And then Petal. Ray is obviously Carl. Or Carl is obviously from Ray. I think that covers everyone. And there's been a lot of like little donations that help make all these possible too, but those like the big ones that I associate with. Yeah. This is precious though. Oh my god. I love him. But yes, answering Aloha's question. First with some confetti, because this is a confetti moment for sure. What has been your favorite part of season 2025 of the channel? Honestly, probably looking forward to creating art every single day. Like, it's every single day. I've always liked creating. I mean, who doesn't like making stuff? But no kidding, I wake up and I'm like, wow, I get to stream again today and hang out with people that I like and make cool stuff and answer questions. It really just is waking up with that, cool, I have a stream today. I don't know. As someone that's always struggled with like hating plans, I've always hated plans. Any plans. Whether it's the dentist, the doctor, or even hanging out with friends. I hate plans. I don't know why. I've always been like this. I'm very like energy greedy, I guess. But it hasn't been like that for streams. Even though after a stream, I am tired and hungry, like anyone else would be, right? But I look forward to it every single day. So that's been my favorite part. As far as like objective small part, probably the way that it's affected the Discord. Having the Discord be so lively and people are sharing more of their art than ever, that as well. Aloha says, so Mia, will we have these as a whole set for people to buy or as individuals? We need some Taver Pet store graphics eventually. Absolutely. They will be available for sale individually at some point, but when these get launched, oh no, it'll just be like, you buy it, you get everything. If I had to guess, it'll be $20 for everything. Not including anything physical. Physical stickers and stuff and prints, that'll be something else I'll have to figure out, because then it's like a shipping logistics error or issue. Especially because I know there might be some people that want to buy all of the prints. So I need to make that possible. I also want to design custom bases for all of these. So yeah, that'll be exciting. And then on Monday, we'll officially begin season 2. Which means I get to save this file officially as Taver Pets Season 1. Awesome. I'll put 25. This has been a delight. And thank you guys for hanging out with me on this Friday. It's been lovely. I'm writing down my notes. New Taver Pet. Taver Pet. It's a lich, but it's Pookie Bear. Lich. PK. Oh, no. I feel like it's PB, but then I just think peanut butter. So I'm going to do PKB. Just in my little notes. Lovely. Check them out. Okay, I gotta do a screenshot of this because this is awesome. All of these will get like small details on them, like not really even fabric folds and stuff, just like clean edges and that kind of stuff. But that reveal will come in about a month. Aloha says 18 in total of the OG Taver Pets. Yeah, man, almost 20. That is insane. Pretty freaking cool. Jared says, are you ending now? No, I'm actually going to go back and get the Astral Genie pose ready because she's super close. So we are going back in time really quick and we are going to get this all cleaned up. I'm going to save this again for like the 10th time because I'm paranoid. Save. And now going back to that genie, which I might not have saved like the last 5 minutes of it, but that's what I got quick saves for. Oh no, I did. Good job, me. Yeah, I went from this to this today. Good job. All right, and then all I have to do right now is just get this pose ready. All right. So to do that, that just involves lowering the poly count on things and boop. Making sure there's not like the same name over and over again. All right, let's see if I can lower this any further. It's already pretty low poly, so I don't really want to push it. What does half do? Ooh, I don't have. So whenever you decimate, it gets rid of your poly paint by default, but you can change that by going to Z plugin, Decimation Master, use and keep poly paint. And there you go. Now when you decimate, so you're lowering your poly count, you'll also keep your poly paint. Woohoo. There is a little bit of funniness right there. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and merge her eyes and the eyebrows to that head mesh as well, because all of those are going to move together, or at least, I mean, they really should. All right, here are eyeballs, eyebrows. This is 260,000 points. Obviously it doesn't need to be. Let's bring that way, way, way down. My whole budget here I'm working with is 300,000. That's my target number. Braper says, she purty. I agree. There's that accent. All right. I don't really know what to do with these bubbles. I guess I'll merge them to this like neck mesh. No, I'll just leave them separate. Desert bra is good. This and this I will merge down into one piece. Whenever you have a left or right of something, you do need to make them separate pieces so that way they rig appropriately. Again, it depends on the software, but this is just our process for Character Creator. So I'll do LB for left, banglet, whatever, and then LR. And the same thing will be done for these sleeves. Gloves. Reaper says, yeah, I'm not dying from the sniffles. I can embrace my southern heritage now. Love to hear it. I'm glad you're feeling better too. Probably helped that you're able to actually sleep. Perfect. All right, we'll name this sleeve. And then we'll name this one also sleeve, but misspelled. They just can't be the exact same name. It doesn't matter if they're like named good things or not. All right, we're almost done with this. I got really, really close during Tavern Keeper's Craft, which is awesome. I do think it'd be cool to add some visual interest to her body here. So I actually have this anatomy pack from Flip Normals I really like. Hello says, Mia, do you know roughly how complete the website is? Like, are we 60% of the way? Or that's a really good question. As far as like model uploads go, we're about 60% of the way. But there's a lot more to the website than that, which I have done. Like there is like a homepage and there's been a lot of formatting done and that kind of stuff. So I would say overall, 65%. All right, so here's that anatomy brush that I mentioned, and it's just I can add like little spikes and stuff to her. I think it would just add some interest. As far as like what race this model is, she's not an elf, she's not a celestial. She's just kind of cool and kind of spooky. Like I just think it'd be cool if her back had like these little ridges. Just like little details that I know that are there. Ooh, I can use this to kind of like exaggerate this muscle here. These are totally gonna work for the serratus muscles. But also looking kind of bug-like. Weird. I like it. Almost looks more like gills because of it. It's cool. And then maybe adding something a little stronger and more strange to her face. I can use this clavicle brush to kind of add like a weird cheekbone formation going on here. I'm going to lower the intensity and also going to apply this on a low subdivision. So I'm not getting any of those fine tertiary details, which I don't want. I just want like that exaggerated cheek shape. And you could also just use a sander brush to achieve this. I'm just using this brush so I can really quickly see if I even like it or not. Yeah, that's cool. Kind of severe, more alien. And then I'm also going to use that to incorporate her horns a little better. I can use this cheekbone but upside down to create like a little pocket. I didn't plan to adjust this mesh anymore, but I didn't realize how close I was to post prep, so I'm taking that time to make some more improvements and additions. What about some of the same texture on a few orbs? Spooky orbs. Oh, like, oh. Yeah. Let me get this eyebrow thing working, because I feel like I thought this was going to work, and now I'm trying to make it work, and it's not working. But I know it will work. Where's my trusty fungus brush? Something like... No, it doesn't want that. Okay, that's fine. Next. All right, as far as the orbs go, I kept them really low poly, so I might need to do this after the fact. But if I just put it on one, then I will remember and be like, oh, what's that? Yeah, like this eye brush here could be perfect. Let's go with a really dark color. And then this is a really good moment for auto groups and massive poly groups to 100. Make the intensity 100, back base mask. I feel like it's still not even that strong. What if I make it, there we go, inverted. Haha. Spooky orbs. I want to try a different one. What if it was, ooh, ribs. That's cool. Is there one of these that might look stretched? Yeah, like looking more like that cosmic galaxy effect. Spoopy. Agreed. I don't want it to look too like fleshy. Again, it really depends on how you paint this model. All right, I'm just gonna do a couple, and then that will remind me when the model is finished if I want to continue with that. Oh, that's really cool. Kit bashing versus done-ish. You just gotta trust the process. Oh, I wish I moved that light around a while ago. That looks way cooler. And brighten her up. Man, she was hard to see. Womp womp. Yeah, my screen adjustment didn't happen. Ah, my macro. Not macroing. Ah, it happens. All right, where is the warm bounce light? There it is. Oh, that's really cool. All right, we can get rid of that weird one and then get a close up. She looks really cool. So cool. The only thing I didn't do here is import one of those bases. Let's go ahead and do that. Double checking my naming convention first. Wait for it. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, I think we're good. Let me drop all the subdiv here and then merge visible to see how we're doing on poly count. Ah, 281,000. There we go. I need to be under 300. So I did a good job. All right, we're gonna duplicate this and just throw a base in here. As far as what base? I don't know. Rock crystal could be cool. I had this for that two-headed dragonborn, which was that thing was difficult. You guys remember that? All right, what is a complementing color? Let's go with a light green, more saturated. There we go. And then the rest of it, we can make something a bit more subtle. Being kind of like a bluish gray. There we go. Just to like place her in this world, look like something. She might be floating with a spell effect of some sort, or very likely with a spell effect of some sort, which is gonna look something like, not like that. Something like this. I might just leave this in here so that way Ricky is like, what the heck is this? And I'll be like, it's magic. And he'll be like, oh, okay, gotcha. And then he'll make a pose accordingly. I'm actually, yeah, I'm going to leave that in there just so he can see that. I'm going to label this noodle magic, obviously. Oh no, my mods are fighting. Oh well. Hello, it says, Mia, do you need to be under 300,000 as it's a personal gauge of a nice mark, or it's a software limit? It's a literal software limit. Like, if you go in with like a 301,000 polys, character creator is like, what is that? Like, straight up. It just throws an absolute tantrum. You probably can do it anyway. I just learned to not anger the 3D gods software. Empress says, wait, wasn't there a little Grim Reaper thing a moment ago? Yes. And then excuse me, Pookie Bear. But anyway, yeah, I'm getting this pose ready. Let's go with a spiral brush moment. You know, this looks better than I expected. I'm gonna make it blue so it doesn't look like a booger. There we go. Empress says, oh snap, what's the cap? No. For ZBrush, go crazy. You can go in the millions. That's just for character creator when you're rigging and stuff. And again, you can create subdivision levels for that. So you could import a model with millions and millions of polygon. Like for example, she's actually 2.6 million. I just have to make sure that the lowest subdiv of each subtool combined is under 300,000. Empress says, I feel like ZBrush is liable to crash if another pet makes an appearance. Yes, and that's why we ZBrushed. ZBrush. That's why we ended season 1. What a weird brain fart. Yeah. New season comes next pet. Yep. Can I like put a fun twist deformer on this? How about the right, like this way? I have to do it on both ends, huh? It wasn't as exciting as I expected. How about I just do it again? More twist. Yes. Yeah, that's what I did for Pookie Bear, actually. So. Probably too much twist, honestly. It's just cool. Just so we know it's there, though. All right, I'm going to undo that just so it's easier for me to adjust this mesh in the future. But that is pretty cool. Season 1 has some very colorful characters. It's true. Reaper says we'll finally get a nice clear screen for once. Ugh, devoid of tavern pets. Hello, I missed your comment from earlier. I just read it. Anyway. Alright, that's pretty awesome. Ooh, actually what would make more sense is if this was pure black and then just peppered in with some color spray. And color spray tends to be a lot more vibrant than I want it to be, but in this case it's going to work in my advantage because I want to be like cosmic galaxy looking. Oh, heck yeah. I've never had to paint galaxy before. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm doing it. All right, something kind of like that. We'll see. It's just not glittery though. I don't know how to glitter. Probably drag rectangle, like tiny little white spots. Nope. How high res does this need to be? Ooh, I can use an alpha for that. Okay, that's... No. What if I increase the focal shift? No. What if I decrease RGB intensity? Whatever. It looks closer to what I was wanting. You get the idea. Space. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna take a screenshot of this as another update, even though we already have one in there, because this one just looks cooler. Awesome. This will be the last screenshot of the day, then we're about done. Amazing. Update. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And then I'm also going to save the Tabber Pets again and upload them. Perfect. Sweet, we got her blocked out, detailed, and pose prepped in one day. That's what I'm talking about. But the mug has not moved. I went back in time, and it gets mad sometimes when I go back in time. There. Is last call. Mia, may I humbly ask what is in the big boy folder? It is the Cherry Blossom Dragon, which is finished. The Galaxy Emperor, which doesn't need to be in there. It's my pain in the ass folder. Lovingly, you're in there too. The Fall of Aloha. These are all my big projects that like we'll probably end up taking Sater's idea for that and doing those every Monday. Two-Face Monster is complete. Galaxy Emperor, yeah, just doesn't need to be in there. Are these the same file? No. Okay, I will figure that out in a second. Aloha, yay! Did we touch Reaper today? No. I wanted to make a joke, but I was like, no. Dude, I have the Reaper ZPR uploaded on Google Drive in like 5 different folders. I'm like, what is this doing here? And I'm like, oh, that's right. Okay, we have pose ready. Uploading this. Sweet. Updating all my spreadsheets. Nothing too exciting going on around here. We're winding down. I'm so excited for the weekend. I have a lot of video game to play. Very excited. All right, this is our Astral genie. And she has been blocked out, detailed, and pose prep is also finished. She is now ready to be all rigged and epic looking. Thank you again, Jared, for the pose idea. And I mean, really so many of you for helping me refine this concept. I really liked doing that all on stream. So I'm still just figuring out like what is a good amount of stream prep to do to make things run smoothly versus having you guys involved. And this was actually a lot of fun, so. I also thought it was funny that pretty much everyone was like, I have no idea what to do with that request. And then like 3 months later, everyone had fantastic ideas to share. I think Aloha was the only person that was like, I got this. Reaper, I don't want to be touched, thank you. I feel that sentiment. Most of my friends have always been really touchy and big huggers, and I'm just like, I already am not touchy, and then compared to you, I look like a cactus. Ricky can confirm, I'm just not super cuddly. I doubt that's a surprise to anybody. All right. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Yes, adding Pookie Bear to the list. That's, according to my spreadsheet, that is the 18th Tabber pet. 18, that sounds right. I think Aloha counted that earlier. I can't call it Pookie Bear right here because Ricky's not gonna know what it is. I'll do Lich dash Pookie Bear. Burr. Cool. Aloha says, Mia, wait. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere fast. You're good. This is a really nice chill Friday stream. Again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Seriously. Reaper says, I am cuddly actually, but I have no one to cuddle with. Womp womp. Maybe you'll meet someone at the library. I mean, you could have like platonic cuddles too. Like, I guess it doesn't have to be like that, but. Ooh, we chatting. Isn't Tomb of Annihilation meant for a high-level party? I see that's what Aubrey is saying. That's why I voted for it, as like, to be a menace. Cool. Aloha says, I want updates when you play Expedition 33. It's very important. I want all your takes on the stuff and art goodness. Sounds good. Especially because the game has been out for long enough. I feel like it's okay to be, well, I don't have to be spoilery necessarily. But I am excited. I'm really excited to see it. So one of my streamers that I like watching, and by one of them I mean like the only one right now, which is Miss 5000 Watts. She plays a lot of Monster Hunter, and I think she just beat that game. It's been driving me crazy because I didn't watch any of the streams because I was like, I don't want this spoiled for me, even though I haven't played it yet. And I feel like it was meant to be. I got time, and now I got it. All right, I think that is everything. Oh, I'm gonna keep this on here so I put the notes later. Okay. Y'all are fantastic. I'll be back on Monday, streaming around noon Eastern time, as early as 11, as late as 1 p.m. Around this time. This has been so much fun, and next Monday we'll officially begin season 2 of Tabber Pets. So anytime we hit a donation goal, there you go. I'm probably gonna introduce a new like tiered pricing system where pets at the beginning of the season will be cheaper, and then as it goes on, it gets more expensive, and there is a limited number of seats at the same time. Just so we can kind of like control the pacing and the nonsense. I don't know how I fit in 18 chibis into the last few months of streaming, but I did it, which is exciting. Although it says, we get to have the first weekly stream update complete. Yes, that's gonna be very satisfying. This has been great. Non-Sleeper says, such nice work this day. It really was. And I liked, again, my number is 10. As long as we're hitting 10 viewers, I feel like that was a very successful stream. And it doesn't have to maintain 10, just hit 10. And especially today, it was kind of nice because we did have someone new hang out, which was fun. But I don't know, it was mostly like regulars. It feels cool when it's just us sometimes, you know? Any lurkers are like hurt. It's like, I know you're there. Don't you worry. I feel the vibes. I feel the good vibes. All right, y'all. You take care and have a fantastic weekend. I know some of y'all work on the weekends, like David from Mini Mimic, so don't work too hard. And I will see you guys Monday, okay? Take care. Bye.